Is it better there? Let's see. Yep. I'm gonna message Denny to see if there's a command. Or not Denny, Seb. I'm gonna message Denny to see if there's a command. Message Denny to see if there's a command.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Is it loud and clear? Sounds good. Great. How are we doing today, guys? Sorry for that small delay on today's stream. Had to go through a little stuff. Can't hear you. Is it not good now? I hope it's good. So we have some cool stuff going on. As you know, we're getting closer and closer to have housing on test, guys, on our live beta server, as you know. So we are pretty much polishing right now, fine-tuning things before you will get your hands on it, which is gonna be really fun to see when the world getting constructions. Slurpsy Joe with the gifts. Thank you, man, and welcome to the stream today. Hi, Mega Raver. I think it's a little overweight. No, I don't think so, man. 6 to 8 days to launch. Indeed, indeed. We're getting closer and closer, guys. Another one. So, yeah, I prepared a little stuff here in last minutes. Hopefully I will be able to show you some of the cool stuff going on. Good evening, Islev Upsalar. So just give me a little moment here. I'm gonna...
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Another one. And a little crack on that. So, yeah, I'm pretty good, thank you. Been a long week. Getting close to the weekend, guys. So all right, let's see what's going on. So all right, so right now I am at as you know, a keep location or castle location, I would call it now. I'm gonna show you some stuff we have been working on. So we're gonna try to construct some stuff, and hopefully this build is alright. Sadly, I haven't had pretty much any time to jump on this build and test. It was a little hectic today, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to show you some cool stuff. We will see. So as you can see here, so there's a few things just to showcase what's going on here. So as you know, this is one of the presets. Dantero with the gifts.
Oh my god, another one.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man, and welcome to the stream today. That is awesome, and very nice of you with all those gifts, guys. So there's a few things when it comes to constructing something.
God, another one. Another one.
So this is one of the presets castle locations, as you've seen already in the game. You can see the runes. That is, you know, indication of a location which you can claim. Rebuild the walls and gates, and obviously we have a castle in this location. Kicks chocolate again. That makes sense. Yeah, it's good. So we have a location where you can interact with every component in the world, pretty much. So in this case, we have this little cool stick. So if I access that stick, we got a quite basic interface that allows us to add resources to start constructing that part. You see the health and such. So there's three main components that is required when constructing something. And it's wood, stone, and metal, as you can see here. Some of these things will change a little bit in our upcoming patch when you will be able to play around with it. And we also have, for this purpose, a very small amount so we can speed up things and get going now when we do these tests internally. So if we just put in, let me split a little bit here. Oops.
Oh my god, another one. Another one.
Another one. SC TV, thank you for the subscription. Alright, so if I pull these wooden stuff here, you can see the progression of the wood bar here. Same thing with the stone, very small progression here. Steel, bigger progression here, since you need less steel when constructing these type of walls. So if I just crank in all the stuff here that we need, we can get some action. Let's just crank it in. Like so. That means now I have all resources required, and in next step, that is when you construct it. And I'm quite overloaded, so I'm gonna have to throw this away. So I'm just as excited as you guys right now trying to build these walls. I haven't had the time to test this before, so like I said, hopefully it's gonna be all right. We will see.
Oh my god, another one.
So
Another one.
So that is pretty much it. Straightforward to add the resources and start constructing. And you can see the hit points on the wall down there, and you can see how it's progressing. So this is pretty much how you build a wall section. And then we're gonna see if we can place some cool houses, guys. Just want to see how this progress. So we're working on different states. When you see it's getting closer and closer to a finished construction. Will material affect buildings' hit points? No. So we experimented with this quite a bit in the first game, and you know, it's a good idea at first, right? That's the idea we had as well. But it ended up in that everyone had to go for those high tiers materials, or it was felt as a waste, especially when it came to conflicts and PvP. So even though it feels like there's so many options, and yeah, well, you know, makes sense. Some may choose something lower. No, that didn't happen, and you know, so instead of giving that kind of hit point buff, we actually, now you can see another state here. So this is a progression state, close to half progression here. But we did want to have some kind of effect by investing, you know, more valuable resources rather than cheap resources. So there's a difference, and that is that you need less. Mogrill, thank you for buying one of our t-shirts. Hope you will enjoy it. So that means you can be more efficient and do a quick build by investing in more valuable resources, but it will still remain in the same hit points in the end. And we think that is a better balance and, you know, fair game for everyone. When it's this type of house, you know, it has this type of hit points as well. So I hope that explanation makes sense. So let's see, we can get a little bit more, and then I want to place a house to show you that how that looks currently. Doesn't seem really risky to add keeps housing and without sieging being in the game, at least after persistent. I mean, it's a little bit the opposite. It's a risk, obviously, when you can siege left and right. And that is a very sophisticated, complicated system that we need more time to get right and have proper balance, because it's actually, like you said, next stage, it goes very deep into obvious balance. And we, you know, over the years, we saw how all of that worked in the first game. You know, the results of the different balances and how it's affected players in guilds when those were destroyed. So we know what kind of change we need to do and want to do and working on, but we will take it in 3 steps as explained before. It's the housing system, it's the TC system, and the siege system. It's 3 quite big complicated systems that needs to be properly, tested in place and balanced. And there's quite a few things we're rebuilding from the first game. So thick walls, indeed, quite thick. And I mean, right now you can see that it goes straight forward up. There's no effects, some fancy effects. So there's some of those things we're working on as well, as you can see, the interesting progress. But yeah, building complete. So this is a wall section, a sturdy wall. Won't give you a huge advantage to guilds if keep housing or in the game without sieging of the positions. So it's the same thing for everyone, right? Obviously there are all those, 16 cash locations. And obviously if there's more than 16 guilds that want to claim them, then obviously that will result in a conflict. So whenever something in is a building state, that means it's very weak against attacks. So if here's a guild starting to constructing here, if you want to fight for this place, you can fight for it with melee weapons. If you use hammers on this when you're constructing things, it's very vulnerable. It means that you can pretty much stop construction going up. When it's fully finished and constructed, then it's another question. This wall, I mean, you can still use a heavy hammer, but to be very effective here, you want to use a heavy siege weapon. And even more when it comes to the actual buildings. So let's see if we can get let's see, we got should we do a small house, guys? Let's show you that progress as well, how that works. So you buy one of these deeds, obviously, and then you find a flat location, and also need to make sure that there's nothing in the way or being too close. As you can see here, if you're too close to different things, it becomes red. So those are the rules to construct something. So if I just run over here, I'm gonna see if I can, or should I build it here? What do you think, guys? Should I build a small one here? Because I wanna, that's the thing also, we're working on fine-tuning some things now, like you can construct a small house, right? But you can also upgrade that house into, being larger with additional rooms. And that means, for instance, if you build it here, it just fits here. Let's see. So if it just fits here, for instance, let's see, where was it? Okay, here. There. And that means we need to show you guys that if you want to be able to upgrade this fully, then obviously we need to show you some indication of that as well. So those are the things we're fine-tuning right now, so it's more convenient for you. Because imagine if you build it here, it's green, perfect, I built it. Like so. That means that if it can upgrade to the side here, for instance, and it gets too close to another structure or something like that, we want to make sure that it's convenient for you to see that, okay, I can't upgrade it fully if it's placed here, but I can keep it as a small house if I'm happy with that. And we want to have some kind of indication that, okay, if I want to upgrade it to those steps, then I need to look for that as well. So let's place this little small house here. Boom. Okay, so in this case, I think we have a bug in this case. It skipped the core foundation here. It went straight to almost halfway constructed. As you can see here, the building have half hit points. I wasn't expecting that. My previous placement was giving me the core foundation. But yeah, at this, let's see. Okay, now it's in the core foundation. Got some help here. Let's see. So this is this house sign, which allows you to interact with it. This is also something we are, upgrading and finalizing. But this is, again, where you can access your different things. And you can see your upkeeps, and you have some settings in here as well. You can name your house. You can create a key, as many as you want to, so you can share them with your friends. And if your friends died and lost their keys, you can always change your lock as a house owner, so you can secure it again. And of course, you can trade your house here. So now we got a key for this house, and that means I can open the door. So, and yeah, obviously, if I give you the key for this door, you'll be able to use it as well. It comes along with a standard storage chest, so you can store some stuff in your house, obviously. So this is the smallest standard wooden house, pretty much. And then obviously you need to bring the resources again and add them here. So, and obviously we haven't set final, again, this is test numbers, you can ignore the details of those, but bring the resources. Getting help from a friend is, quite useful in this case when you're building something large. Oops. Okay, I need a little stone. A little bit more stone. And then you can start constructing again. So, I mean, you can already start constructing now, because as you can see, there are resources placed. So you can build chunks at the time. And obviously, the more people that are building there, the faster it goes. And perfect. And now I fulfilled it again, and that means it will be possible to fully construct it. Bring out your little tool and start constructing. And also there's engineer skills, as you know. Having those skills will also increase the effectiveness, so you can build even faster. We will start off with furniture. So we're still working on some of those components, and like we mentioned before, we want to make sure that the main component to construct your buildings, houses, cities eventually, is stable and fully focused on. The next step is furniture, decoration, and more options on your house constructions, and different tiers eventually. So now you can see the progression here. I'm starting getting walls, and that means I can pretty much close the door and be more protected as well. So when you progress for a while, you can have some kind of protection by going in there as soon as you have a door and a key. So you can continue construction from inside as well at a certain state. But yeah, now everything is up-speeded, as you can see. Do you need engineering to place a house? No. So again, in the first game we learned a ton. Housing is a very cool system, as you all know. That is a very big component of our sandbox game. Building your own anywhere you want in the world, and expand on that. So, and also since we only have one character, that means you need to choose wisely what kind of character you want to build, right? And that means if you force everyone to have engineering to be able to construct basic things like your first wooden cabin like this, that means, I guess, eventually everyone is running around as some kind of engineering to build your house, and then maybe you remove those engineering, and that doesn't make sense, right? So what we're doing here is that you can, without any skills at all, pretty much construct your own houses anywhere you want. So you can enjoy that feature fully. Creptus, thank you for the subscription. So that means that you're not affected by that. You can do whatever, build whatever, and upgrade things. But obviously we want to tie some interesting things along with engineering, other than just being more effective building, right? And that means that we will tie a lot of crafting for a lot of different furniture, and specific upgrades that could, could be visual things and different options for house constructions that is required engineering skills. And that means that one thing is that those engineering can construct some of those components and put them on the brokers. So that means you still don't have to invest being in engineering if that's not what you want to be, and you can trade and buy some of those components from other engineers. So that means there's a value in actually being an engineer. You can create specific prints and components that other players may buy from you and place in your house. So we do want to make engineering interesting and useful in various ways. But like I said, I think it's a good core step that players can buy your house deeds, go out there in the world and build your house or large house or stronghold or whatever you want. Yeah, this is the house topic stream. So yeah, magic stream. Maybe we can devote another stream focused on that. But yeah, this is the housing stream. So let's try to focus a bit on that topic for now, at least. So as you can see here, I have to remove my stuff again. Not very convenient being a solo without a pack horse running around with this heavy stuff. But yeah, my first basic small little house. Close my door.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god.
Another one.
Sixorian, thank you for the subscription. 5 months. Holy cow, time is flying, guys. How long will it take to destroy a house on a mob spawn? How long will it take to destroy a house on a mob spawn? I don't really understand that question. If you put resources in, then someone destroys your incomplete building, do you lose all? So if you put your resources in and start constructing, if you destroy that, bash it with hammers, that means you're destroying that core foundation and pillars, and those will be scattered around pretty much. So there will be some things you can take those resources again, or parts of them at least. So that is kind of, I guess the critical window when you're constructing, especially in the beginning when there's no protection with doors or such. So you need to carefully plan that step, especially if you have enemies or murders running around, because then you're not protected, and your assets is in a weak state.
Oh my god,
Swampooch, thank you for the gifts. People place houses at mob spawns to prevent monsters from spawning. Yeah, so that is true. If you build your house right in the middle of a common herd, that means you're pushing that one away. And, that may also not be very clever thing to do if you want to utilize those animals and resources nearby, because as you all know, regional resources is, an important part of the game. So if you find a location where you say, wow, here's a really good spawners of interesting creatures or whatever, you may want to make sure that you don't build right in that, because that will scare away and push away those creatures. But also, obviously, like we mentioned before, we are keeping an eye out when specific wildlife have been pushed away, and life finds a way around. They just simply move away. So obviously we're going to make sure that if people just doesn't care about killing off spawners and building everywhere, we're going to make sure that wildlife finds their way back, but they could be changing locations and such. Would it make sense for a house constructed by a mouse engineer to lose less resources when it gets destroyed? I don't know the logic in that, though. If you know that to build these walls you need so many bricks, so many nails, so many everything, and that is the same requirements, and that means if you place them in there, You know, if you are skilled engineering, you know effectively how to build, right? But if you're a newbie engineering, that means you haven't done this many times, so it takes much longer. So that makes sense, right? And that is the logic we try to follow a little bit. So I can build a house on enemy territory, animals spawn to move their spawns away, and they can't siege me. Nice. Well, you can only construct one house on your account, so for once, if you want to own a house, you may not want to waste that at enemy territory, and that also means you are open to attack and grab and a big laughter. But sure, you can try to ninja place a house nearby enemies if you find that being you know, useful, which I don't think it will be. That's up for you to experiment with. All right, let's see if we can do some other cool stuff here. Let's move out here and let's see. Do we need a key for our own house? Isn't that kind of bad? If we can't even spawn back there, people can kill you and rush into your house before you get back. What? That was a new thing. I didn't see that before. Community sub gifts. Okay, cool. Thank you, guys. So yes, you need a key to unlock and lock your door, and you are identified as the owner. So it isn't as, you know, cruel as back in the first days in Ultima Online, where if you place the house deed and you lost your key, bam, it's gone. Only the owner of that key or the guy that holds that key can access the house. That happened to me in Ultima Online. The first weeks when I was constructing a big house with a few friends, there was a thief following me, and took 1 second. I wasn't, you know, being careful. That thief stole my key, quickly went into the house, locked the door, went up on the roof, and laughed at us all. Obviously, that is quite crazy, right? Because we try to have it a little bit more sophisticated, where you as a house owner are registered. I guess that is the explanation why you have the full control over your, you know, ownership here. So that means if you lose your key, you can always change lock here. So, you know, that means that you can't just lose your house by theft or being killed. You just simply need to be careful when it comes to locks on chests and doors, because that could be the mistake, and obviously the win for those that manage to get in and use that. So I hope that makes sense. Let's see. I have a few upgrades here, I think. Let's see. Okay, so house small tier. Let's see. Yeah, so this is what I was talking about before. We're working on the indication to show, is this valid or not when you place it the first time? Things like that. So those are the fine tunings we're working on. So in this case, it won't allow me to make an upgrade. And we have, yeah, so obviously I need to have that on the second. But let's see if we can go with a little bit more space or on this side, perhaps. How much does keep the cost? So we haven't, again, set the final price. We're going to do an estimate when we patch this, because we do want to follow up on some feedback and see how, I mean, obviously now you guys that have been playing, you know, been semi-persistent since the beta, right? That means that I guess some of you guys have the money and resources ready already, but that is fine. We wanna. The important thing is to test the construction and making sure everything is stable, right? But we're gonna try to give a valid price and cost, so we can get some data and evaluation on that step as well. So guys, do you wanna see a medium house? So So this is the building state that I was showing you guys before. You can run around in this state to see where it's placeable or not placeable, as you can see. And this is also something we are going through right now, because when I was trying to place a large stronghold out in the wild, that is huge. It's bigger than it keeps in the first game, so you can understand if you have seen that. And since we have such high detail in the world now, everywhere, you know, trying to make it as believable and interesting as possible, that means we can't just have empty flat football plans, right? Fields. But we need to look into that to see how can we optimize that part to make sure that, you know, there's a good amount of strongholds that can be placed all over the world. I'm going to show you that soon, so you're going to see what I'm talking about. What happens to the bushes? Yeah, exactly. So some of these things is that we're working on right now. So those small branches here, right here, because if you see here, I can walk through them, right? They don't have a collision. And those are the things we're looking at now to see what makes sense, what do we need to tweak. Do we want collision on these small branches? It makes sense, right? Because this is maybe a little bit strange that I can walk through it when it's this big. And that also means I can place the building here, as you can see. And that will look semi-good, right? So those are some of the tweaks that we're going to go through. And we want your help as well, because, you know, we have a huge world, a lot of different vegetation, and I'm sure you're going to find some iffy situations. And that is what we want to go over and make sure that we have it as good as possible. Okay, so let me place this medium house right here. So let's see, around here, let's place it. So hold R to set it, and then so similar to in the first game, we want to give good options to the players. So first you just place it, and then in the next step, you know, you will be able to choose height. So if you want to maximize your height on the entering the building, or push it down as far as possible. And obviously we're still doing checks here, so you don't have a hole and can run under the house or something like that. And yes, you will be able to rotate it. So just let us place it here. So up and down. Oh, what the hell did I do right now? I messed up maybe. So yeah, up and down and rotation, and then you confirm placing it. What did I click? Did I mess up, guys? I think I did something strange. Let's see if we can redo this. Remove the first house. All right, let's see. We got some updates going here, as you can see. All right. So yeah, it should be disabled for this purpose. But yeah, the rule are when we go obviously live on test that you will only be able to construct one player house, and that is the text you can see here. But it's supposed to be disabled for me building around and showcasing some different things. Okay, let's see if we can. I don't remember if I'm able to jump direct to a tier upgrade. I don't think so. But as you can see, this is one of the upgrades for a medium house, and you can see it grows quite a bit with additional room here. So there are 3 upgrades available for everything pretty much. But yeah, I should have to construct this first. Shall we do that, or yeah, let's put these in at least, and we will see. A lot of stone on this one, obviously. Again, not final final numbers, but you get the idea. I need a little bit more stone. A little bit more stone. What did you buff mages? So what we did there, just very quickly, the mages is not the topic right now, but obviously we buffed them slightly to be able to PvE a little bit more efficiently. As you can see on the light to medium spells, and we also reduced weakness against magic, and we're following up on that to see, you know, how that tweaks affected everything. All right, we got this going. And then I wanted to show you one of those crazy. I need a key. Oop. All right. Got a quick flow in here. Let's do a little quick construction, just to give an idea of medium-sized base house. Sorry I'm late. It's fine, it's fine. We are doing some constructing currently on one of our testing builds. So it's fine. Well, magic reflect work against PvE. That is one of those things we're working on as well. Got a little nice frame foundation in the work, and that is the final result. So as you can see, quite more space in the initial placement. Okay, didn't get that key. Quite a key. There are some bugs on this build, that is for sure. I don't know what is going on with the roof here, or if I have. But yeah, and then as I showed before, you're able to upgrade that in both additional rooms but also additional floors. So you can get quite large. But what I wanted to show next is something quite spectacular. Can you exit a house you don't own alone? I mean, those are some of those things. If you happen to be lured into a house and the owner locks the door, you won't be able to open that door. But obviously, we're looking into see a failsafe. We're not really allowing players to put you in a house and you're stuck forever. Obviously, right? That is also why you always have the option to resurrect at your home priest or such. We have no final prices yet on the deeds. You will see an estimate when this goes live, so you can play around with it. Okay, so what I want to show you is how big a large house is. There it is. So, wait. Small, no. There it is. Look at this baby. So as you can see, constructing this big building is not very easy. You need quite the space, as you can see. And I'm trying to see if I just have something nearby. I think I need to run quite a bit down there because we are on this elevation. I mean, you will be able to place one of these large ones inside of these if you don't build small houses, obviously. So that will be up to you. I'm just gonna see if we have, but as you can see, we have a lot of forest and vegetation, which means it won't be easy to place those large ones anywhere. You do need to scout a little bit to find a good spot for this big one. So you can get a little. Okay, we got a little teleportation. But let's see if, yeah, as you can see, there's animals and stuff in the way. So you kind of need to prepare to build one of these big strongholds with your friends, and that is also like a team effort because it's the big one, quite expensive. You need to scout the areas, you need to remove those animals, and you need to make sure that the angle is properly, and there shouldn't be obvious rocks or trees in the ways. But let's see if we can... I think here gonna be quite difficult to find a spot. Maybe if the pig wasn't there now, I'm not sure. Would build a house, destroy an animal spawn? Yes. So if you build it here and there's usually a spawn there, you push those spawners away. Kind of like in real life, you're pushing them away when you're constructing in their habitats environments. Yes, there's a limit on house per account when it comes to the houses I'm constructing right now. But these houses also works as a key to expand, to build a city, and that allows you to expand on different types of buildings. I think I need to find a more empty spot to show you the construction of Stronghold. Maybe down here, if I survive. Whoop. Will the spawns reappear elsewhere? Yeah, but not directly. So that is something that, we're covering that to make sure that the world doesn't become empty. That wouldn't be very exciting, right? Perfect. So here you can see I found up a spot where I can construct. So you see it's not too difficult if you run around a little bit, but you still need to plan and make sure that this is a good spot. Let's see if we can place it here. Boom. Okay, got a quick construction again. We have some issues on this build. We got a quick upgrade on this one. We got straight to the point. But as you can see, this is a very big building. Oops. Okay. I was constructing. So yeah, if you take a look on this Stronghold, very quick build indeed. But obviously that will go down to our normal rates later on. But yeah, this is the big... Okay, we have some collision issues here. Whoop. And there we go. I lost it. Some issues here for sure. Some issues we need to sort out. I shouldn't have upgraded to this build. The previous build were a little bit more stable, I have to say, than we were constructing without this issue right now. I'm not sure what happened here. Node line. I don't think we have a node line here, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that was the small, medium, and large house. It's called a large house now. Obviously, it's going to be called Stronghold. And that was the first step of the Stronghold. There are additional tiers on that one as well. And I also want to talk a little bit about the walls. So, boom. All right, we got this construction state here. Let's see how this works now. A little key. No, I'm not the owner of this one, so oh well. But this is the foundation when you're placing and this is progression of that when you're building a stronghold. And you see how it goes in steps until it's fully finalized or finished. And there we are, close, and there we go. So that is, the steps we have so far from foundation to fully constructed. And it's quite large, as you can see. It's a big brick building, and now we have one inside floor level, and then we have the roof as well here, as I showed a little bit before. Let's see if we can get someone to open this door, perhaps. Momento. Okay, could be that I have a house. I don't know if that is partially enabling this build that is causing some of the issues. But alright, so this is the big main room floor. And as I showed you before, you will be able to choose between a lot of different furniture and construct your walls. Right now, we are not finished with the furniture and decoration placement. We run into a few issues there, and right now we need to be careful in taking those steps. Have we not finished the collision here? No. Okay, so artists are not done with the collision on the stairs, as you can see. Obviously, you shouldn't be able to walk smoothly here. The collision is not done here, so we're jumping. We made it. All right. So the roof is quite nice as well, because as you can see, it's quite effective and useful for defense and such. So we have holes here to be able to look down and shoot down here to be effective at entrance, and then obviously have a good view here as well, almost 360 around the whole roof place. Just wondering about, will using different materials for house building bring different results, or are they all the same? So yeah, we mentioned that in the beginning of the stream, that we tested a lot of that in the first game, and it didn't turn out well. So you always have the same kind of hit points on all these buildings when they're fully constructed, but there is a difference. You can choose to use more valuable resources, and the bonus there is that you need less of it when you're constructing. So that means you can more quickly build and finish a building with more valuable resources, or you can just go grind cheap common resources, and eventually you're done with that as well. So those are your options, but the end result is the same for balance reasons. Let's see how these works. Okay, those works better. Small little, what are these called, guys? They're called something special, right? When you can look down and even manage to shoot an arrow down here. Will AI aggro when you're inside your house? No. So we have built a system where, again, AI in PvE and PvP is obviously always very important. Murder holes. Crenellation. all right. So no, we have actually what I would say a dynamic Namesh collision system, which is quite sophisticated in houses and even on walls. So when you build a house, even the walls around a castle, if there's one opening, obviously creatures can go in there just like a player. But if you construct all the walls, they can't go in anymore, as long as you don't open gate. If you open a gate, they can go in again. And same thing goes to a house here. So here, if there's animals here and it's closed, they won't be able to reach you. If it's a range one, they can shoot you, obviously, if they see you. But if you jump down, they won't be able to do anything more. So we have, spent quite a bit on making sure that AI behave accordingly, what you would expect when it comes to being inside buildings. But yeah, if you open a door, it will follow you in or engage and run in. And they will be able to run around here just as you, pretty much. So that is quite a sophisticated system with, dynamic Namesh that, turns on and off depending on those rules, which is quite cool and sophisticated. And this is a cool training area as well. I really like the strongholds. You can hang here with your guilds and be somewhat safe, I guess, especially if you're here in the middle. So that's cool, and a really good view as well. And like I said, this is tier 1. We have tier 3 on strongholds as well, so you can add 3 floors, so it become really high when you have if you're upgrading this one. And you can run around here as well. So yeah, I think it's very good tactical wise and good view. Do you take inspiration from real ancient buildings to realize the mortality buildings? Yes, we obviously use Google a lot, trying to search for real castles and towers from the past and use them as much as we can when it comes to building believable and have design. At the same time, we need to make sure that obviously gameplay is king, right? So to make this effective, you know, as a defender and owner, you should always be have an effect and strong, rather than having penalties. Penalties. This is the tier 2, as you can see here. That happened a lot in the first game. You didn't have an effective building, so it was awkward to defend yourself. While attackers have, you know, 360 access around your castle. This is the tier 3. So now you see the size. It's getting quite majestic in heights. So let's see if we can finish it. So, okay, now it's finished. And as you can see, it gets really tall. And imagine the enemies standing up there and throwing arrows and hot oil on you here. Can be quite cool. So let's see if we can go up and see how high up we get. Here we have to do that awkward jumping in the stairs a little bit. Come on, we can do it. We can do it. Come on, come on. We did it. Okay, and then now obviously we have additional floors to decide what do we want to have here. Do we want to cut it off into several rooms, or a big meeting room, or whatever? Or is this the crafting floor? Whatever you want. Hot oil sounds kinky. What is it called then? Was it called hot? What's it called? What is the name I'm looking for, guys? Additional floor. So a lot of space to design and tar. Yeah, exactly. The hot tar. Indeed, that is correct. That was the word I was looking for. Let's continue up. Did I have? No, I didn't. A little annoying stairs, you know. These are the things we are fine-tuning and finalizing. Obviously, so you have to, so you can avoid that when you get to try it. All right, we're up. So let's see how high are we getting up here. Quite the height, guys. Quite the height. How many levels will the tier 3 have? So this is the tier 3, and that means 3 levels. And a roof, so almost 4, right? Yeah. So you have a lot of space to decide what goes where and such. So yeah, really nice view up on this tower. There's a little camp here. And now obviously you're more protected as well, since it's harder for the enemies to reach in when you're running around here on these heights, as you can see. Will you even be able to pull out a bow next to the window walls, or that little fence thing there? You mean here? Whoa. Yes, we are working on making sure that you can use range here, because that is, you know, important defense thing to be able to shoot arrows here, right? And you should be able to shoot down here as well. What's the difference between these strongholds and a keep? So I actually call the keeps castles now, and I think it makes them a little bit more justice as well. So I call this a stronghold, and the ones in the walls that, you know, the pre-built, those we call castles now because they are more like a castle. So one of the obvious thing is it's much larger than this. It also have 3 tiers. Everything is based on 3 tiers, and then there will be different types of upgrades additionally. So the obvious size difference is one of the main thing. More hit points, it, you know, cost more resources and such to construct as well. So it's quite more sturdy to take down than a stronghold, and it also gives you, you know, maximum space radiance around to continue building TC and all kind of functions you want around your city, inside the walls or outside the walls. Does materials affect aesthetics? No, they don't. So you will always get this base look, but we are working on biome effects as one base thing. So that means if you're building this here, for instance, it may look like this, but if you're building this in a desert, it may look more sandy and yellowish. The biomes will affect them visually, so it really looks like it fits that biome. And then we are looking into some option for you guys to pick style depending on, you know, what kind of stone look, if you want it, you know, dark or bright, or there will be some options both on the exterior and interior to again give you some freedom to choose some designs. And there's one really cool thing as well. I have a few pictures work in progress that I want to show you, because we have quite a few cool interesting options on the walls where you build your castle. So the core foundation, a little bit like I showed you, just build a simple wall, you know, that brick wall I showed you before. But then there are also several options to upgrade these to tiers. Especially there are specific tiers on the corners and gate locations, and some in the betweens and cross sections. And those allows you to construct large towers. You know, that gives you additional elevation and interesting tactics in defense. Sloppiest Joe with the donation. Thank you. Will we get crafting appliance, refining, extraction, etc.? And will housing these be lost if destroyed by a player in the middle of a building? Yeah, if this gets destroyed, you know, as soon as you place this construction deed, that deed is consumed. And that means if it gets destroyed, it's gone. The only thing it kind of leaves is some of the pillars, resources that were put there to construct it. So yeah, you need that is the weak moment where you need to be careful. We have deconstruct, and will it function the same as Model 1? Yes, we will offer you more tools so you can, you know, convenience. I mean, if that's the thing. Over time, we're going to add more and more upgrades and variation and options, and we don't want you to feel that shit. Those new upgrades or options are much cooler, or I want that for any reason. It doesn't make fully sense to force you to siege yourself, you know, destroy it and then to rebuild it. So we're actually allowing you to put it into a construction state again and rebuild it towards that new option or design to make it convenient for you if you want to change your castle or house or stronghold. So we're working on the furniture placement system and different types of appliances, tools and such. That part is not finished yet. We run into a few struggles there that we need to fully solve before that can be deployed. So we will update you on that matter as we go. But yes, when we're done with that means you will be able to place, for instance, a butcher table, blacksmith table of any kind. So you can, like I said before, design your different floors with different tools and benches. So there will be a lot more of those options, including tons of furniture types over time. You'll be able to discover, find, and learn a lot of those things as well. So, you know, over time there will be insane amounts of options, from furnitures to collectibles to wares to paintings, trophies. We see a lot over time. Obviously, we will not be able to get all that in, but it's a work in progress, and every patch now and then you will see a list of expansion in those different categories. So yeah, this is the Stronghold, and it's getting closer and closer now to being finalized. You know, we're playtesting it. As you can see, the stairs inside are not done yet. Obviously, you should be able to run smoothly without jumping, things like that. But we're getting there. We're getting the base in place, guys. All right, so that was small house, medium house, and Stronghold. And I also showed you a basic wall construction around castles. Let me see if I have some screenshot of those wall section I mentioned before. That is just to give you an idea what kind of, because this is also what I think is cool. When you visit one of those cache locations, you will not just see the same thing all the time, because I mean, you can, but it depends on the owners, right? So I'm going to show you an example of what I'm talking about. I have a picture from when we played around with it. So, for instance, let's see if I can show you one picture, guys. Un momento. Okay, so I'm gonna show you a picture here. Okay, so here you can see an example of some of the different options you will have when it comes to upgrading wall sections. So you see the core walls in between here, and then you see the corners have an option to have, you know, more impressive, interesting elevated towers. I want to make it clear that the ones you see now are not final. There are going to be some tweaks. But we wanted you to be the creative designers here. So the first thing is you build everything in those brick sections, the one that I showed you. And so it's very flat, you know, brick square wall around your location. And then it's up to you to pick those different pieces and upgrade them in different tiers. And the corners will always have, you know, those specific, I guess, the highest elevated tier options. And then you have in-betweens, and you have the gates with some options as well. So depending on when you pick here, they may look different from each others. And, you know, there's no limitation on what kind of options we want to offer you guys here. We're going to start with some base options, and then, you know, again, over time, if we find cool designs or you guys have some awesome ideas and suggestions, we may want to, you know, build that and add that in one of our upcoming patches as well, to give you that option as well. So as you can see, this is one example of fully constructed walls with some crazy corner sections, gate sections, and you can see we fill the interior with some of the small houses and actually a stronghold in that area as well. And then behind, you can see that there's a wall section its own square section behind it, right? There's a middle wall going through it, and then there's another section behind it. That's where the pre-location is for your castle. So that's going to be quite majestic as well, you know, standing out, being very impressive if you decide to fully construct it in its highest tier, that is. But this is just an example of what you can do with your walls and inside walls. So, yeah. What do you think, guys? Those towers are for the mages. It will be just epic. Look 6. Yeah, I'm happy you guys like it. And like I said, that it's a little bit rough still. We are still working on these different tower wall options. But I think it's going to be really cool. Can rotate the house. You will be able to rotate it, yes. So you'll be able to rotate and choose highest or lowest elevation on the placement as well. So you will have a very good control. And then you confirm when you're happy with that. So you'll have quite good control over your placements. How the gates will be operated, password, guild ranks, or keys. I'm not 100% sure if we're getting all or if which one we're getting of those at this point. I need to confirm with Sebastian. But the base is, you know, first initially we have the keys. And then we will see depending on that. But yeah, I mean, again, we know that there's those components that were very useful and efficient that we added in Morton 1, you know, based on feedback and suggestions that simply fit and, you know, improves options for you guys. And we will cover those as well. It's just a matter of time and order. We must be able to destroy these when patch hits. Yes, you will be able to hurt any assets with heavy blunt weapons. But when they're fully constructed like this, it's not very useful. It's, you know, you have to stand there for a very, very long time. But like I said, in their construction states, that means they're very vulnerable for attack, and that means you can bash them down easier and prevent someone from constructing their stuff, and even, you know, destroy those construction bases and take some of those resources that they put there to build it. Let me see if I have another picture. Where do I have it? What the hell? Okay, that is... Let me see if I had another one. Another one. Yeah, it shows a little bit here. Yeah, you see a little bit from the side here, similar thing. But yeah, just to give you a little idea of what we are adding as well and working on and trying to finalize. We need roads, plaza. Yeah, we started on some of those things in the first game as well. We will see what we can offer this time around, because I mean, we see the point of being able to shape some of that or design some of that like roads. It makes sense, but again, we need to always check performance and how that could work. We have made upgrades from the first system to make it, you know, as optimal as possible. Found a few ways how we can improve some things to make sure that this is solid in the long run for, you know, all players to build a lot in the world. Stairs have to be fixed. Yeah, for sure. They will be fixed, no doubt. You can be rest assured that that will be fixed for the patch. This patch dropping end of November or December 1st. So we are aiming around... Yeah, so December. I don't remember exactly what we said, but most likely the 3rd of December on the Monday there, because as you can see, no, wait, not December, guys. I was almost fooled there, right? Let me take a look. Yeah, so no, end of November, guys, not December. Quite a difference. So we're getting very close. So end of November, which is, you know, very soon. So end of November is Tuesday, the 30th. So maybe that is a good date. I don't remember exactly what we said, but around there, end of November, that's when this will go on the live server, so you guys can go crazy and building stuff. So that's going to be awesome, and that is obviously a very important large-scale test, I would say. We've been running around building like crazy. But again, we also have a lot of testing data on this, because, you know, the core foundation is from the first game, and we simply refined and improved on top of that, optimize some things. So yeah, we are excited to let you guys go crazy at the building system and build a lot of stuff. Sir Sanchox with the raid. Welcome, welcome. Nice, I'm going to get a cold on that day. Subtle gaming, subtle gaming. Everybody chopping and mining. Yeah, I wonder. We've seen some preparation, so I guess there are some of you guys are already prepared and getting ready for constructs on patch day. Another one, the King's Dungeon. Siege weapons. So siege weapons is, like I mentioned before as well, obviously the effective way of destroying and defending, and that doesn't come with this patch. So they're divided in different steps. Is this the same as a castle, or is it different? So what I'm showing you right now is the castle location. The castle is not built in this location. We're only showing you different option of the corner towers, gates in between towers, and you can see normal small houses inside the walls, and you can see a stronghold. I think it's tier 2. Yeah, tier 2 down there. So you can even upgrade that to tier 3, so it gets to poke out a little bit on the height. And then behind that walls, that's where you can construct your castle. It's not constructed in this picture. And the castle is even more impressive and large. So that is the only building missing from this picture, I would say. Much do these cost? Good and common question. We haven't really decided yet. We are gonna set a price a little bit based on how it was in the first game. So it will not be very far from those as a baseline, I would say. We're looking over the resource cost as well, trying to use some kind of logic that, okay, it's, you know, this kind of volume to build these structures, that means this much stone, etc. And we were thinking if we should reduce the price due to being beta to get a lot of testing, but at the same time we also seen that you know, you guys have been working during beta. There's some gold and resources in the game on your characters. So, you know, it could be good that we try to put it on a realistic baseline in terms of cost. So we also can get that kind of feeling and feedback when you go at it. When the wall sections roughly the outer wall ring will have. I'm not sure how many wall section. I think we're actually going to offer one small and a large wall section, and then the corner parts are in. They have specific upgrade options that the in between doesn't have. So you won't be able to build those corner castles as a wall around it. That will look just stupid, right? So we try to give you some logical options here with a baseline wall section and then some kind of different options when it comes to some of those sections like corners. You can see there's a cross section in the middle as well there's some option for that. So you can choose some interesting options. So I don't think we will see all castle location won't look the same. I'm pretty sure you will have some different opinions on what to build and upgrade and how. Plans to make ore and trees break after harvested. Eventually, we plan to do that, yes. We have gone through that quite early in the development and looked into our options. We can do it, we know how to, but we made rough calculation on what we need to invest to make that happen, and it will steal quite a lot of development time, and it kind of messed with our schedule. So we decided to put that aside and stay with the older system of gathering. But eventually we plan to change it so you can see when you're depleting the resources. It's quite the task to make sure that the server have that data and such. So it's not very quickly, and that is why we are putting that a little bit on the side. Is this a keep or a stronghold? So I don't know if it's confusing to change the name, but I initially first thought that now when we rebuild these assets, structures, I call them houses, and then the next step is, after small house, medium house, and then we go to the stronghold, which is that one you can see there in the middle, a tier 2 stronghold. And then we have castle locations, I call them, and this is one of those where you can construct those preset walls, and that's where you can build your castle as well in the background. So, and I don't know if that makes more sense. Then you have those tiers. I think it makes sense. Or we call those strongholds, I don't know, should we call the castles keep as the first game? Because again, those keep in the first game were a little bit smaller than our strongholds now. So I wanted to give them a suitable name, and I thought initially that it's more suitable to call them small house, medium house, then stronghold, and then castle. Does that make sense, guys? How many tier 1 walls roughly we need to for a full fence? I'm not sure how many wall section we are talking about here. I don't remember exactly how many it is, but it's quite a few ones. Keep it as castle. Yeah, makes sense. Castles work. Yeah, I think so, right? Because it's it's closer to a castle now than it's ever been. And the stronghold, it looks like a stronghold, right? And small house, medium house looks like that, right? So I think that is suitable naming that kind of fits visually what we're getting, and it also gives those tiers of size differences. I think. Do a poll. Kazafiz, want to do a poll? Let me see. Let's poll. The stronghold should be called keep. Okay, how do we poll this? How the hell do I do this poll? Stronghold keep both work for me. No more polls on Twitch. Yeah, it's tricky to set up the poll here when it comes to that, because you you need to know what building I'm talking about as well. That kind of requires a picture. Maybe I could do one quick like so the one you're looking at right now, just for the fun of it. I gave you this one then. Can you vote, guys? So the one I'm watching at now, what's the suitable name we want to have on this one, you think? Done. Seems like Stronghold is a good name, right? I thought so too. It's strongly in the lead. Strongly in the lead. Tier 3 Stronghold. Yeah, what I'm looking at is a Tier 3 Stronghold. But, the structure, when you start building it, is it a Stronghold, large house, or guild house, or keep? And it looks like most people agree with me that it should be a Stronghold. Kind of feels like it, and the size is quite suitable for it. So that is a keep. You think so? You think so? I can't show you the castle right now, but imagine the castle being much larger and look a little bit more like a castle. So I think that is a no-brainer, right? To keep that as a castle. This one is the one that, everyone been talking a bit different. Even in the team, we said keep because we used keep in the past, and it's confusing. Are we calling the castle keeps, or is this the keep, or is it a stronghold? So that means, are we removing the keep name from the game this time and call this a stronghold and the castle is a castle? I guess so, right? Would there be enough room left in preset walls if you add a big castle inside? Yeah, so there's two sections. One is empty for you to build whatever, and the back section is all the space for your castle. So that pretty much occupies all that space. So it's a big building, and there's a second gate into that area. So you could have your castle location with the outdoor area open to the public, and then you could have the inner area locked for your guild only if you want to do something like that. Keep fortress. So now we got an additional option, fortress. Do you guys like fortress better than a stronghold? I should have added that to the vote, I guess.
Another one.
Another one. Jodak, thank you for the subscription. Stronghold is keep. Fluff house. Fortress is what keep should be called now. But what is the keeps now, Sixorian? And that is what I want to clear. I want to try to set the new naming convention correctly, so everyone is talking the same thing. So when someone says stronghold, we all know what it is. When everyone says castle, we know what it is. And does that mean we have removed keeps from the game? Or is this the keep? I mean, you're voting, so we're done, right? So 41% or 85% of you guys wanted to call this a stronghold rather than a keep. And I thought so too. It kind of makes sense. So this is the stronghold. We have all agreed on that then. It was a clear majority. And then yes, castles is the name for our presets in the walls, right? That biggest building of all. Castle, you know, it's impressive, it fits. Keep is the castle, the one inside, yes. You know, our old keep is called castle now. Stronghold is keep. So you wanna name this to keep. I think you're outvoted. No, keep is much weaker than castle. Yeah, and stronghold, I mean, it was a clear win on strong in here, at least on this one. It looks and feels like a stronghold to me, and it's a cool name that fits with a, you know, it's a large group effort to make this effective. It's a stone house. I guess it can be called stone house as well, but you know, we want to have a clear name that kind of makes it fit somewhat size-wise. Castle is the big ones that are static on the map. Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that we're all set on castle being the biggest, the grand building, right? So I guess it was more this one that had room for suggestions. But 85% voted stronghold for this one. So I think we're pretty good. So we have small house, medium house, stronghold, and then castle in that order. And all of them have three tiers and upgrades. And then we have the walls with different upgrades as well. And that is the starting options we will have. And you know, then after that, there's nothing that prevents us from, like I mentioned before, adding more styles and options. Let's call biggest castle a citadel. Come on, Pipka Joe, are we gonna make it even more confusing now? Tinram is a citadel. Alright, yeah. Sounds good. Release them now. Fortress citadel should be what you're calling castles or keeps. I mean, it's like in everything else, right? It's we can't all be on the same page and agree on all these things. I guess it's just how it is, right? But it looked like it was a clear majority that this one looks to be called a stronghold. And since it was such clear win on the votes, then I think that will fit. It's just words, indeed. But you know, since we all started to say we'll be able to do this in the keep, and I was wondering what is a keep now. You know, it's good we are all on the same page, at least we call them the same thing when we talk about them. That helps, right? Of course, we want to have a good naming convention and be happy with that. So, but it looked like you guys agree on having this as a stronghold, and the castle is the biggest building you can build. It kind of looks like a castle, so it makes sense. Can you show the two-story house? Yeah, let's see if we can do some constructing. Do I have deeds for it? Let's see. We got one. Let's see. Gonna construct this, and then I can see if I can do some magical upgrades on it quickly. Let's see if we can. Where was it now? It was here. You want to see this one? I'm gonna place it where there's a little space. Hopefully, maybe here. What? Yeah. I wonder what is preventing me here. Is it the angle slope? I'm not sure. Let's build here. Let's see if I can get some help with finishing this quickly so you can see. And see if we can make upgrades. Alright, let's see. Boom, 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 boom. We will have small doorways in the top of the keeps for the women and children. Keeps? What the hell, Baloof? What did we just say? What is a keep? We don't have a keep. We need to use the same names on these structures, or it's just confusing. What sort of TC structures can we expect? So, a lot of the thing that you saw in the first game, there will be different types of structures where you can have different services and such. So that will also expand over time. But like I said, when we do the TC patch, you're going to have a really solid base to construct those. So that is kind of how you form your city with the different services. Stronghold. Can I? No, I can't place this little one. Can you do some interior stuff right now? No, not right now, I'm afraid. We, like I mentioned before, we ran into a few issues that made us not finish the furniture placement in time, and we don't want to, you know, break this time schedule. So we need to wait a little bit with that one, sadly. I'm seeing if we can do a little was hoping to get a tier 3 medium house. And it will guild keep gates. What the hell is a guild keep gate? Solid gaming. Will guild keep gates be open with keys or with guild ranks? Same goes for guild chests. Will everyone have access to locked chests? Need keys or need guild ranks to access? So this is something we are expanding on. The first step is a key unlocks everything, and you can change locks as an owner. That is the first step. And then we want to add all those convenient options for you to set those options yourself. I mean, at one time, eventually we even had passwords on gates, which was a cool feature, right? And I think we want that again. We did have that gatekeeper guy standing there. I'm not sure if we want to do the exact same thing. We're happy to hear your feedback on those areas as well. But yeah, a lot of it made sense. And to give you guild rank option when it comes to accessing certain things, that makes sense. Implement a code lock like in Rust. Yeah, that was pretty much what we had in the first game, actually. It was a NPC standing by the gates, and he let you in depending on ranks and password and such. You could set passwords in the first game, which was quite cool and convenient. So we will have something similar this time around to give you solid options. We'll be able to pick locks of houses. So we looked into that quite a bit in the first game, but we decided that you can't just go and lockpick any house and go in there and wreak mayhem, because again, we are eliminating housing from the game. Quite harsh if any thief can break into a house like that. Now we can see some upgrades going on here. So this is let's see, I think it was a small, no, it's the medium house, I think. So a medium upgraded house in this case. Yes, it is. So this is one of the example that you can build when it comes to, and this is another. Is this small? Yeah, this is a small tier 3. So this is the upgraded version. As you can see, it got additional room here and additional floor up here. So there are going to be some option for you, or expansion options that gives you more rooms. And yeah, that door is a little mislocated. Ignore those things. Those are the things that broke in last minute when we did this quick build for me to showcase for you guys. So that will be fixed when we push this to you guys, obviously. But yeah, this is one example of a small house being upgraded. So you got this additional room here, so you can have whatever you want there. Got a little nice floor up here that you can also use, and these are the things that we're looking at here to give you options. Maybe a balcony option here, so you can actually step out and, you know, use that for whatever. So, like I said, it's kind of endless. The combination options we can add on top of this now, when the system is in place, that means we can design so many different tiers and options over time that, you know, you can choose by a lot eventually. And like I said, we want to make it convenient that, okay, I want to try a different type of design. You go into a construction state and then you build that on top or remold it to that other version. So we want to make that fun and convenient for you guys. Obviously, it comes with the cost. You need resources at all times. But you get the point. And then here, yeah, you can see it's core foundation with the expansion here. So it's pretty cool. I like the system, and I prefer this over what we did in the first game. You know, we tried to make it interesting, dynamic, that you placed every square a block, and then you placed another block next to that one. But it didn't turn out well, and it didn't look good because everyone just placed a block eventually. Cheap, effective house, gray boxes everywhere. It didn't fit the Biomes, the environment, and it didn't look pleasing, and that's all what you saw. So this time we want to make sure that you can build something cozy, nice, and then there will be just more options over time that allows you to pick your style and option that you prefer, and also the material, some different types of material to, again, pick specific styles. And also we are obviously spending time on each space and room and tier to make sure that this is useful. It has its place. Okay, so this is the medium, yeah, with the additional room expansion here, as you can see. And yeah, it just looks nice, right? I like this design. It fits here in the game, right? I like that quite a bit more than how it was in the first game. Prefabs, yeah, but the thing is also we want to give you enough prefabs and options that it doesn't feel like it's only this, right? This is just one option out of many to come.
Oh my god.
Because with the system in place, our artists can go crazy in adding variations. And like I said, if you have some cool references, options, suggestions, we may want to look at those and see, yeah, it makes sense. Let's build that, you know, if that fits. Like the way the housing system looks for. Yeah, we're happy to hear that you seem to, you know, agree that we are, you know, a lot of good ideas and stuff from the first game, but some of the stuff wasn't played and used the way we intended. Some things didn't turn out, you know, as planned either. So again, we try to take a step back to see how do we improve this time, and how do we make sure it's fun, easy to use, and look great at the same time. And I think this step is a better direction for this game. when we get furniture, I have to get back to you on that update on that topic. Unfortunately, Sebastian ran into some issues there, and like I said, we don't want to postpone or change or schedule timeline based on the furniture at this point. But we are working on it, and we will give you updates as we go. So yeah, that was, I think, pretty much the stuff I wanted to show you guys in this build, what we have so far, minus some of the bugs you saw here that is on this build. But yeah, I'm really excited to see the world of Milan is getting houses popping up in the world. It's going to be cool to see where you choose your spots and you know, building for the first time ever. It's a really exciting step for Mortal Online. Question: is it easy to damage buildings like a normal house with melee weapon? Would be bummer if a couple dudes just could just chop my house down. Exactly, that is a very important question, and we are making sure that that isn't the case. So the only way to promote house buildings, city buildings, and allow players to be able to rely on those systems. Whoa, I'm falling hard. Ooh, what the hell is going on? So the answer is that no, you shouldn't just be able to, you know, if you're bored or just for the fun of it, let's bash down that house. Let's bring our 5 guys and 5 hammers and bash it down. We're not gonna allow that, because that means people will stop building houses, stop using them, and then we have wasted a huge complex system that you have a very important part of Mortal Online. So the only reason for you to lose your house, that is when you have severe rate of enemies, you know, you have really picked that fight and provoke them, or you are on enemy grounds or occupying something that this whole guild needs or wants, and you're just standing there in the middle blocking them off, or you know, that could be a real incentive or reason to invest in destroying someone's house. So as long as you're building your house, minding your own business out in the forests, then it shouldn't, you know, lead to that all of a sudden there's a gang destroying your house for the fun of it. We're making sure that is nothing we want to promote, because again, it destroys house building in the game. So you need siege weapons to destroy houses that is fully constructed, and that means that the attackers are investing time and resources in going into that step, and therefore you have most likely an enemy or provoke them in any way to make them take that step. I'm really happy we get these rebuilt houses. Makes the world look so much better. Yeah, I agree. The world didn't look good over time in the first game due to all those brick boxes. And I wanted to, you know, I remember the first house system we had. They looked nice and cool and fitting more. And that's what we're going back to now. Really nice looking houses that fits this world. And you will just have more options over time. I also think that is a better system. Okay, so we're not going to allow hammers to damage fully built houses. Yes, so your heavy bland melee weapons do damage to any constructions in the world, but there is a defense value on a constructed building, which makes it, you know, just as a crazy example, if a house have 1,000,000 hit points and you're hitting with a hammer and it takes 1 damage, you see what you're looking at, right? And you're losing durability fast on those hammers. So it's not practical. You will be out of your mind if that is something you want to invest days in doing, standing there hitting a brick, you know, consuming hammers after hammers. You know, it's doable, but it would just be insane. And that means if you're the house owner, you will most likely notice that after a few days someone is standing there day out and day in, and that means you can engage in action or repair the house. So, but modern players are insane. Yeah, but you see what I mean. It's easier to prevent it than actually destroying it with the hammers. You're not gonna be doing a lot of damage, which means, you know, we also saw this in the first game that it wasn't common for someone to stand there bashing a house, doing very little damage. If they wanted to destroy something, they used siege weapons, and that's how you destroy something, right? And we're using that kind of baseline to make sure that you have to stand there for 2 months if you want to destroy the house. Who will do that? During those 2 months, the players have been there watching them, taking a smoke while he's standing there hitting the building and say, what the hell are you doing? Okay, I'm gonna repair it. Knock, 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 and it's all repaired again. You see what I'm meaning? You have to be AFK for quite a while to lose your house in that way. Can you repair the damage? Yes, you can repair your house. A tamer will have no way to defend the house. Okay. 1 million H points is only 100 hit points for 10 people. Yeah, like I said, that was a very rough example. If you upgrade your house more and more, it will have more and more hit points as well. So there's a few factors. We need a permission system for gate doors, chests, etc. Individual permissions and guild ranks based permission, just like how other games work. Yeah. As you can see on the guild stones, the guild window, you have ranks, and obviously those are going to be used for quite a lot of things here. For you as a guild leader to set out those different ranks, and they have different access to various things in the game, from constructing, accessing, and more over time. Yeah, I mean, we could be talking 10 million hit points, and you can pass one damage per hit. That is another example. Again, it will take time, and you're destroying your hammers, so you need to get new hammers. It will be far from effective and common, most likely, and we saw it being, very rare in the first game, if even happened at all. Even though it was a little bit more effective there even. I'm more afraid about placing my house and only later learning I won't be able to upgrade it. That's but due to some small rocks. Yeah, and that is one other thing we discussed this day. We are looking to make you, in the when you're able to place the building, we can show you the additional upgrade parts. So that means if that is standing on a stone or rock, that upgrade will be red while the base building is green. And therefore you understand, okay, I can't upgrade it to the left, for instance, because there's a big rock there. And therefore it's up to you to, re-coordinate the placements. How much will the stronghold deeds cost in the upcoming patch? We still haven't set the price. It's the number one question right now, I guess. So I understand you want to prepare to go for that on patch day, I guess. I guess we can give you an update on that quite soon. We haven't set the final price yet. So yeah, you have to wait a little bit more until you see. Is there a poll for the cost? I mean, I guess the majority want it cheap, right? Because why not? Easy to build quickly. But I mean, obviously, Stronghold is, if you're looking at what we're aiming, the intention behind the design here is that a Stronghold should be more convenient for you to build and construct when you are a decent sized team. Sloppy Joe with the gifts again. Thank you so much, man. So that means obviously it's going to be quite pricey, and there's going to be quite a lot of resources that you need to put into this to construct it. Because like I said, it will not be practical for one person to build a stronghold on his own because of all that work. But being a team, that changes everything, obviously. And that is also why, a stronghold is a very good option for those larger guilds that may wanna go for a castle or can't go for one for various reasons. And that means they have a very cool large structure, and that is a stronghold. Are we purchasing castle deeds from something like a vendor? And the fastest person to click buy gets it, or something like a quest for a castle. There will be architects, engineers placed in every city. You go there and you buy those deeds from those NPCs, just like you're buying, a book or any item in the game. So pretty straightforward to get going with construction. You need the money, the resources, and the important part then of course is pick a location in the world. And next step would be protect and be very careful when you hit that construction state, or even head out with your deed. If you die, you can loot that deed. So it can be scary when you're heading out with a deed in your pocket to place a house or a stronghold, because it costs a lot. Obviously, that means if someone kill you and steal that deed, that is a lucky son of a bitch with a deed that he can place on his own. So I guess that is the only way to steal a house from someone. You steal his deed, then you are the owner of that. Swan, thank you for buying a hoodie. Keep it up, Starwalt. We're almost there. Thank you. Indeed. We're getting closer and closer, and it's very exciting. It feels unreal to getting to these steps. I mean, it felt like yesterday that when we began the journey, and we've gone so far over a very, very quick period of time, I would say. So it's awesome. What are the plans for runes around the world? So do you mean those common runes? If that's the case, there are no specific plans right now. It's just ancient locations in the world that have been something and they have fallen. There can be there can be various things that could be found around those or inside those over time, but right now we don't have plans that you can rebuild them all. We do want to have that kind of old ancient things, runes being there, just like on Earth. You can find those old things and show history and lore and be hidden things and such. We want to keep some of that, but there could also be things that you actually can reconstruct. We actually have the bridge construction system in place right now as well. And what that means is that you can build bridges over rivers and different locations in the world. And there may also be some, what do we call it? I forgot about the name, but, for instance, like a scaffold where you can use that to access areas in the world. So that will also be available quite soon. So you can actually construct those and have new efficient paths, to travel in the world. Obviously, you can destroy them again, so it's up to you guys. You've seen the small bridges over the small river that leads out from Fabranum, right, towards Kranesh. There are some half-built or fallen bridges there, right? And that means you will be able to fully construct them or destroy them and such. And there will be several of those options spread out in the world as well. My favorite streamer, Caps. Welcome. Star stock up 40% this week. Nice job, Henrik. Yeah, it's of course very exciting that the stock is following our progress and our step. Always nice to see that, and obviously makes the stock owners happy and excited as well. So yeah, a lot of interest in the share lately is awesome for sure. It was quite the peak today. Was quite a long time almost all-time high for, I think, a long time. So yeah, it's nice to see that as well. Can we see the Stronghold again? Yeah, let's see if we can get it going again, perhaps. Did I got one place down here, or I didn't remember where I was. No, not here, right? Are you wiping before housing patch or only at January 25th? Like we mentioned before, we don't plan to wipe during the beta if we don't absolutely necessarily have to because of an important reason. We will do some kind of wipe just before release to make sure that when we swap everything back to normal rates, we need to make sure that that is indeed correct and working, or obviously that would be bad if everyone on release day is having a high increase rate or something like that, not being working as planned. So we need to confirm that, but that is the only thing before we kind of switch it and do the full wipe again and we start the game. Stocks went up after mage buff, just let it be noted. Doing the math, 10 million hit points is a good number to stop 20 people from easily AFK macroing down house. Yeah, but like I said, you also need to consider that your hammer will break quickly. You need to produce new hammers and use them again and again. So, I mean, we're looking into this to make it as stable as possible in terms of it's not intended that you bash it down that way. You shouldn't lose your house randomly out of nothing like that. So, I mean, if 20 people is standing there day and night non-stop, then you have made an enemy for, a real enemy, or pissed them off in a very, very good reason, because who in their right mind would want to spend so many days on something like that, especially when the owner can prevent it by attacking you because you're AFK, right? Or simply just repair it. Can we place priest workbenches stables outside? So when you get the TC functions, that means you have an area of influence which allows you to place and construct specific buildings, and those buildings will also unlock different services, benches, NPCs, etc. So that is like the next step to kind of design your city, I would say. Hi, Wolf Achilles. Will gathering butchering rates change? Some of the items give quite a bit. We're looking a little bit into it. There's one important factor that will change, that affect this heavily. That is that all nearby animals, I mean, right now we know that you can take 2 steps from each city and there's infinite amount of pigs, right? And that kind of changes quite a bit the balance on that. Okay, you use the bones, the resources to craft all that, and you can do that infinitely within a few minutes. And that have already changed the balance quite severely comparing it to Mortal 9 1, even though we had the same stats on a lot of those, the discussion about steel, the bone resources in Cesium, all those different resources, and it changed from being useless to overpowered back and forth. And that happened because of availability and accessibility to those resources. So obviously there's one thing that's going to affect this heavily, and that is that those pigs inside the cities, if you kill them, they are gone for a very good amount of time. So you can't just rely on them to have infinite amount of free gear. So that means you need to head out, you need to hunt, you need to explore, and that gives instantly more balance. So we still plan to have a reasonable amount. If you kill a pig that weighs 150 kilograms and you only get like 10 kilograms, it doesn't make sense. And therefore we want to add the natural balance. Go out and hunt them, and you can get a lot of it. And the further out you go, the more you can find. Thank you for the subscription, Wolf Achilles. With all the magic, what do you have envisioned? What do you have envisioned for fighters? Thursa only have melee. Do you think they'll become antiquated? What can we fighters look forward to long term? So yeah, there's a lot going on when it comes to melee still. You know, we have the base in place. We're very happy to have a very good baseline overall. Mages have not many options when it comes to different types of versatility because we only have 2 basic schools right now. Obviously, just like you said, they will have more options, more effective ways to do different things the more schools we get. And like I said, for the melee fighters or just purely foot fighters or any physical fighter at all, first of all, there will be each weapon group will have, at least in one patch, at least one type of special attack that you can learn. Just one suggestion could be that with blades you can make a very specific cut, and if that cut have been successfully done, you may make your opponent bleed a little bit. You can make a special berserker turn with a heavy axe or something like that allows you to hit 2 impacts in one strike. Like, you know, the first hit embraces like 60% of the impact, and then it continues on to the next one, passes 40% of the impact on that one. All of a sudden you have some really interesting components, which means you can go crazy wielding at a group. You know, if you're outnumbered, you can actually hit multiple targets. So those are just some of the examples we're looking at. That gives options for a fighter. And over time we have quite a list of these different types of attacks for every in each weapon group. We're also getting a few other completely new groups that we never got to in the first game. Throwing weapons, for instance, crossbow weapons. So there will be a lot of options. And you know, when we also pushing alchemy over time with new effects, that means you can throw those potions as well, and there could be different effects on those. So there's quite a bit. We're getting assassin skills with poisoning. So all of a sudden you can use different types of poison on some types of weapons and tips. So there will be quite a lot coming in all these areas that affects combat in various forms. Some may be very effective in PvP and some PvE. So yeah, there's a lot on the future plan, and these things we have a lot of it designed already. We just never got to them in the first game, and we're going to continue on that path. We're going to be very careful when it comes to affecting the PvP. You know, balance is very important. So we're going to run those tests on the test server for a long period of time until we feel ready. And okay, now we have them in a solid state. And it's also, again, important to understand that we can never have perfect balance. It simply cannot exist. And also, people don't agree on what is balanced or unbalanced. You know, we can have a huge amount of groups saying that profession or a spell or skill is overpowered, while another huge group thinks the opposite. So I just think that rather than trying to move towards one of those groups thinking or voting, which we tried a lot in the first game, can put us into a dangerous position when we go back and forth, and also that haven't taken in consideration with future steps that we already have designed, which you don't are aware of. So we just hope and ask you guys to have faith and confidence that we have the big picture on, you know, I've been working on this for so many years and think that we can set it where we think it needs to be, and make it as good and exciting as possible. There will be many different options over time for you guys. If you don't like this one or think it's boring, you can always pick something else. But yeah, there's a lot, and you know, as you know, the launch on the 25th of January is just the beginning, right? That is a start of, okay, now we can finally start progressing the character, building it up, starting, you know, claim your place in the world. That is just the beginning. We're gonna have a lot of content going in, more of the housing functions, tons of furniture and benches, you know, tools, tons of TC structures, tons of different types of both offensive and defense sieging machines, new professions, like I mentioned, specific moves for every category, of weapon groups, new magic schools, new type of animals that you can mount, as you know. So new features, a lot of cool stuff on the upcoming roadmap, and you know we're gonna continue on 2 weeks interval patches, and always try to show you the schedule so you can see what's going on, what comes next, and so on. So it should always be, you know, exciting stuff, continue growing and getting into the game. With one difference, we're gonna be quite more careful, obviously, and have a more robust system in place to make sure now it's ready to go live. Because when we are live, we need to be sure that it's fully tested and balanced as good as it can be before we push it live. So we're going to be more careful in pushing huge complex system if we're not confident that they have been tested enough. We're capped at 1500 skill points. So no, I mean, right now, as you know, we have divided the skill tree in 2 different categories: action skills and professional skills. And we start out with 1100 in action skills and 1200 in professional skills. It's the same for everyone else. And then we have this little system here, a veteran system that will we will enable a little bit later, but that allows you to further define some of these trees, so you can, you know, push your character even deeper. But this is the baseline we're looking at here. Giant boss like Great Kimura. You will see, Amelia, you will see. There will be some cool, exciting stuff. Obviously, we want to keep them for release day. We just enable them. There will be a lot of cool stuff to explore for everyone. You know, a lot of players are waiting on release because many people don't want to spoil the experience, you know, playing around with it as we go in every second patch. Not to have that fresh feeling of new stuff to explore and discover when we go live. And because there's so many of you guys that are awesome to playing the beta, currently being very active, we try to give some candy in every patch so you keep being interested and excited in testing the game, because it helps so much for us. But we want to give you a favor as well in terms of giving you a lot of cool, exciting things on release day as well. So you can feel confident that even though you play on every patch now, you will have good stuff when we go live. And that is also why we added that on roadmap, that there's quite a bit of things that we enable on release day. So it's fresh for everyone. Necromancer confirmed next patch. No, not really. Not yet. Not yet. We need more time before we hit that school alive. Are pigs going to be nerfed again? In Modern 1 they had 10x less dropped carcass, and some of the stuff you butcher wasn't sellable. I mentioned that a little bit earlier, that we don't plan to change the carcass drop that much, because again, we're following some logic here. If the pig is weighing 150 kilograms, you're gonna get a carcass of 150 kilograms. It wouldn't make sense if you just get 10 kilograms, right? But some tweaks we may do in some cases, but we're also making sure that there's no infinite amount of pigs in the city as it is right now. So yeah, sure, you can go and get those pigs nearby, and then they will be dead for quite a while before they start showing again. And that means you need to go out in the world and find wild animals. And I think that is good also, because that means it promotes everyone to go out there and hunt, and it also feels more exciting and valuable. Wow, there's a good herd here. There's a good amount of resources. Let's get it, you know. And there can be a competition about getting that, because when you wiped it, it will be gone for quite a while. I mean, that means you need to head out even more to get more resources. But that also means if you get those animals, you get well rewarded. You shouldn't have to grind 100 of them to get a decent amount. So we believe in giving you a well reward when you do catch a big animal. But then again, you know, you need to continue going out there and find them to get that rate of resources. And the further out you go, there may be more and more rewardings, larger herds. So also picking a location, you know, with good resources, animals and such nearby could be useful as well when picking your location when you're building a house, or your guild location. Does this mean that the spawn level will be much slower compared to beta? Yes. There will be quite a bit modification to that, especially those nearby cities. So those nearby cities, I guess there will be a high competition around those, because, you know, they are pretty much close to safety near cities and guards. They will always be there, but they won't respawn every 10 seconds like it is now, because that doesn't give that balance we're looking for. So that means when those are gone, you can't rely on them. You have to head out in the wild, and that's what we want to do. We want to promote heading out in the wild, and you will be greatly rewarded when you just kill one pig. Just like you see, that is also why it weighs a lot. You get a lot of carcass. So if you find it in the wild, you get instantly rewarded by killing that one. Spawns times in dungeons are crazy fast. Yeah, we are tweaking those as well. So that is one thing you will see for sure. Both resource distribution, we're going through that now. You will see quite a bit of additions to the world, and you will see tweaks on all the respawn timers from close to cities to far away, and also dungeons. Snacker's been started. If so, how's it going? It's very slow. We're focusing right now on finalizing fishing. You know, we all wanted fishing, right? And we're getting it. So there's a few things there we need to cover before we can head back to necromancy. I hope we get seed planting as soon as possible. Yeah, that, you know, so along with that is one function that comes with the TC functions. When you build your base like this, you will be able to build different types of structures around it. That is kind of how you form your city, and that means you can construct a farm here. And, you know, obviously in that farm, that allows you to plant seeds and grow your whatever you want to grow, depending on what seed you have discovered in the world. So it's a cool system. And on off topic, will you do any meaningful change to cooking to make it good and worth doing as a profession? Yeah, we have discussed that. So Matt spent a lot of time to create that system. As you can see, it's quite complex and gives a lot of exploration. But yes, it's true that there's not much reward for going deep at it. And of course, we want to change that. We want to rebalance that to make sure that it's worth going deep, and it should be rewarding, more rewarding to go deep and be more sophisticated when you cook something. So my hopes are that we can do some necessary changes there, or balance changes to promote that. I would like to, if possible, get more time from Matt to look into that as well, since he built that system. So that is our aim and goals, at least. I can't say exactly when those things will happen at this point. Minigame for fishing. So we're gonna have a very exciting reel-in system, very much based on real life. And so we're using the core system the same as in the first game, because that was brilliant in terms of the rules to catch a fish. I think that was brilliant. It was very complex and deep, but it has a lot of logic, and it allows you to cover knowledge and power by, you know, exploring that field. It's a really nice reward when you kind of learn and map those things out. The only thing we were missing in the first game was the reel-in system. That wasn't sophisticated, working as by design. This time the goals are obviously to follow that game design, and that in short means that, you know, you can throw out the bait, and then you have some options on what you do with the rod and the reel-in thing, whatever it's called. So the key here is to, again, we don't want to add game user interface that kind of, you know, like in some of the fishing games out there where you have a meter of all the things. We want to add that on what you see, pretty much like in real life. And I think we can make it happen. And that is really cool, because that means you need to watch the rod, just like in real life. If something is enabling it or getting hooked on a hook, you will see that on a rod. So you will have a visual indication on the rod, and you will have a sound indication of, how hard is your rod being pulled and how it's bending, and if the line is starting to snap. So you will learn. That is the first important thing. When you catch something heavy, that is vital to be able to read, or you're gonna just snap the line or break the rod, and that's it. And this is the cool part, because that means you can lock your rod, and that means it's still, right? You're not reeling in and you're not letting go. And that means the fish is struggling. And if that's a big fish with big power, then you will see your rod going down, and you hear it creak, and then bam, it snaps. In that case, you will let go of the reel-in part system, which means you hear the fish pulling out the line and it's struggling, And then after a while, it may be tired. That's when you lock it again, and you're gonna sense and feel if it's tired or if it's still pulling too much. And you read it by looking at the rod and listening to what happens. And that may be the moment for you to start reeling in. And so you start reeling in, and again, you need to visually monitoring your rod and fishing line to see if it's holding up. And if it gets angry again and starts struggling, you need to let go of the reeling part and just hold it to see, is it still bearing, or will it start to break? If it starts to break, you quickly have to let go of the rod again, just like in real life. So you have to kind of work your way and make the struggle of the fish, and make it tired until you can reel it in. So really cool and fun and logical, based on real life, to reel in your fish. So I'm really looking forward to that, and I can't wait until the patch of the fishing system so we can coordinate a fishing day event. I would love to do that and see who can catch the biggest fish. Sounds cool. One of when the stuff like this would come to the crafting class gameplay. Yeah, I mean, we tried some mini games like describing in the first game, and we thought it was cool and fun little mini game to describe your scrolls. But what happened, which we suspected could happen sooner or later, is that you just used a mouse system program and then 100% success rate, and it just became an obstacle for the player. Here, just use this software, whatever macro, to easily fulfill those mouse movements and such. So you kind of bypass that whole thing. So we got the option or the decision that, okay, should we invest all this time in building that again when we know that more and more players are going to bypass it? And that's not just, we're not talking about like a cheating software that, we can track and ban you for. There's so many ways of, kind of bypassing that part of the game. So we thought it didn't make sense at this time, at least, to invest so much time in something that will be bypassed. So we made it more straightforward and logical. You kind of do these steps to make the scribe. And a little bit similar thing when it comes to crafting and such. I mean, there are ways that we may want to add a more immersive way. You heat the thing, you heat it up and you put it in water, work those steps. We've seen some cool examples from other games. We play them, you show them on the forums. We looked at them and thought, yeah, this would be cool, it would fit. But again, this is a living world MMORPG game. If you are doing that 100 times, you're just going to get so tired of it, and it gets more and more annoying eventually. So again, we didn't want to spend too much time at those areas right now, when we feel that we get so much more valuable when we're getting these core features in place that we all need and want to enjoy early on in the game, rather than getting into those areas right now. So we will see down the line, though, if we're revisiting some of those and see, okay, here it makes sense, we can improve them, we can do it like this and that, and it's fun and enjoyable, So we don't just want to add something for the sake of it and adding something that is not fun or just a struggle and annoying. I mean, everything can't be super exciting as fun as everything in the game. There will always be variation, but we try to do the game as enjoyable as possible in all fields. And also, you know, some people may find that area boring while others may like it, so there will be a lot of options. Kenny MF with the bits. Thank you, man. Makes sense though, minigames takes a lot of time to develop. Yeah, it takes a lot of time. And we are making some minigames, and that is actually the table games when you can play against both the barkeepers but also eventually against each others. And those are games that you can't just bypass, you know, like poker, for instance, dice games. That just, you know, requires your effort in deciding things, you know. That's where it makes sense, and we're working on that already. We have one coder working on some you know, the baseline of mini games, table games, and when that base is in place, we can quite quickly expand on more table games because we have the foundation server set up for that. So that's really cool. That's where you're going to see things very soon, you know, tying to RP elements as well, and just enjoying your time on the taverns like we discussed before. This is a real, you know, game world where you can do everything from fighting, hustling, playing mini games, chilling at the bars, you know, doing missions, tasks, refining character, trying to look for mysteries, solving the secrets of a knave. There's so many different fields, obviously, that we want to expand on, not just one single area. You know, PvP got a lot of focus and attention for many years in the first game, and it kind of pushed away a lot of RP players, PvE players, explorers, traders, and obviously that is bad for this type of game, because this game relies on that mix of players and trades, because, you know, it's all about player interactions and trades. That is a core foundation of these types of game. So we need them all. We can't just focus on one area when they all connect in very important components. So we try to cover those main areas as equal much as we can. Everything from PvP, PvE, exploration, to trading and crafting, and RP. Those are big pillars and important parts that attract all types of players. I wonder if we can make the magical word to make this door open. No, I'm not the owner. Simsalabim, open. When can we get slot machines? You could make those the biggest gold things in game. Pexen, we are getting those games soon. Like I said, we are working on the first server structure for the tavern games, board tables, table games, and you will see multiple games. I've seen the thread on the forums where you guys vote and discuss on different types of game we could have in a game, and I think some of those make sense, so we may cover that list eventually. And yeah, you know, there will be different ways. If you're unlucky, you may lose a lot of money. If you're lucky, you can become rich quickly. So should be fun. Can you win gold though? Yes, of course. You bet with gold or silver against the bar keepers or against players around the table. So you can make a living. If you are a professional poker player, you could make a living hanging in the taverns playing with players and such, or you may lose. People will play them for a week and then abandon the table games. No, I think there will be, you know, people have been playing poker for 10 years. You know, you never get tired of that if you kind of like those types of games. And then there will be dice games. There will be different types of games. It could be fun every now and then to join those and participate in tournaments. You know, there can be organized tournaments. But of course, if you don't enjoy it, you don't have to go there. But I know that me and a lot of friends I know gonna hang in there for, you know, quite a lot when some of those games hits it. Please make the gold generation from players versus barkeeper far lower than against players, and less money generated OP. Yeah, of course. You know, all casinos in the world have carefully calculated that, you know, in the long run, you are the loser and the bank is the winner, right? That's how it works. And obviously, we are following those rules, or it would be bad, right? I mean, you can always be lucky and do some nice tricks, but in the long run, usually the banks is the winner, right? That's just how it is. But when it comes to playing against another player, then, you know, there's no, you know, reason to do any interference, because there can only be one winner, right? Just like in real life as well. There may be a fee to sit down and such. There's always a small cost to participate, but then it's up to you guys. Scan confirm. No. We're not gonna add any, you know, variables that says sorry, you lose more than you should. You know, there's no reason for us to change the real random factor in those games. But you will have just the same chance as any casino out there. So you know, it's all about having fun, right? And if you are some lucky and have some experience, you know, there are some games that rely more on experience rather than luck, like poker. You know, you can be a very good poker player and make a living on that, and you will have those types of game as well. So it's all up to you and your interests. Been curious for a while, will certain animals be used as siege beasts later on? As in camperons with arsonists, minotaurs with great bows. There will be some use for beasts to participate in a siege war. We don't just want to add a pet that you just says attack this wall and you're all standing there and waiting, and it's after X amount of minutes or hours it have destroyed the walls. We don't want that kind of mechanics to do the sieging and fighting for you as a player, because we all know how important that kind of assets and war conflicts are. So we want to make sure that the players are in control of that outcome on both sides. So therefore, you understand, as we need to kind of limit those functions where it's not practical to allow us to tell your camperon to just stand there and hit the walls and then it goes down. You have to, you know, do it manually, construct those siege machineries and tents, and use those mechanics as a player. We think that is important. Blackjack. Yep, Blackjack is one of the first game coming, actually. You know, Blackjack is easy. Everyone knows it or can learn it in 5 seconds. And it's just fun, you know. Sit down, enjoying, having fun. There will be something for everyone, trust me. Is fishing going to be an action skill or a profession skill? We're looking at a profession skill. Shows the new boss model. I won't be revealing that one, Tech. I won't be revealing that. Really hope that you can add a utility like mage light. Yes, you will be able. There will be several types of lights. There will be a few of the schools will include different types of light sources, and alchemy will also give you options with light sources. And we do plan eventually to also give you that hang a lantern in your belt light source. So over time, you will see more options there for sure, because we plan a lot of underground and dungeon content. Trust me, more and more over time. So that means it would be more convenient to have those different options as well. 2Dram, welcome to the stream. Yes, can we see the new upcoming boss? I don't want to reveal those bosses. Some normal creature sneak peeks I can do, but this stream was all about this showcasing constructing. So yeah, someone wanted to see the Stronghold again, and I just wanna. This is one of the things we haven't finished, a proper collision on the stairs, so you can expect a smooth transition when we patch this, obviously. But yeah, for now, this is one of those that are not done yet. So a little annoying to move up the stairs here, but yeah, it was a last minute patch for me to jump in and show you guys some of these things. Henrik, Texas Hold'em style cards game too. Yes, for sure. I like poker. I think it's fun. I saw the poker tournament you guys organized. I think it's 2 times, right? It was hilarious to see you guys playing. And I can tell you, next time when I participate, I'm gonna take you money. We will see. So yes, Texas Hold'em like rules will be in the game as well eventually. So as you can see, there's 3 floors where you can design these rooms and decorate them. And then we have the upper floors, like kind of 4 floors in total for your tier 3 stronghold. And this is really cool. I like this area here because you're so far up that you're quite protected, right? It's not easy for the enemies to stand down here and harass you when you're up here. So this is a cool fighting area. I think here you can stand with your guild and train and fight and do whatever you want and be somewhat protected. When more troll types make it in the game. So we have those troll types. I showed you those sneak peeks, right? With the different troll types we have finished. We decided not to put them in just yet. I mean, we have tested the one troll quite a bit now, tweaking it in every few patches. So we know where we need the others to be. And I think those others are some of those creatures we simply put in on release. So you're gonna be able to explore, find them. You will see some different loots and different behavior on them as well. So it's one of those things that's gonna be interesting for you guys to explore. Do you have a ball of the keep itself? So a moment ago here we did a little poll. I wanted to see if we could get everyone on the same page when it comes to naming standards to these structures. So I made a poll and asked, this is bigger than the more than one keep, but I wanted a proper name and that we all use the same name. So I made a poll. So the options were keep, stronghold, or guild house, or I guess stone house. And 85% voted for stronghold. So I think this is a good name, stronghold. So this is a stronghold from now on. Anyone in the game can buy and construct a stronghold, and you can place it wherever you want in the world, as long as there's space, that is. And then you can upgrade it to tier 3, and this is a tier 3. It's really tall, and a lot of resources required to build it, and it has a lot of hit points. So it's a very good, huge structure for your guild, I would say. It's a group effort to make this. The next step up is the one that are presets in the inside those walls, and we call them castles because they are much larger than this and they look a little bit more like a castle. So I think those are the natural names we use from now on. We haven't mentioned the final prices yet. We're gonna do an estimate price for when we patch this. We're gonna see how you behave and how you use all these things, and also obviously we're gonna hear your feedback on things. It's meant to be quite pricey when it comes to going up in these sizes, obviously, and a lot of resources is required to construct them. And there will also be, equal steps in upkeeps to keep them paid and refreshed over time, from cheap, the smallest house, obviously, to a little expensive when it comes to castles and the big ones. And that is also why you may naturally be a decent sized group of players to maintain that without too much hurdle. Node lines is one of those main bugs we're working on now during the beta as well. We are fully aware of those issues when you travel from one node to another using pets and horses riding on them, disappearing and stuff like that. We're working on those. We don't have any node line crashes though, so I wonder if you mean level streaming transition. That is a completely different thing. And whenever you crash, and if you get a crash dump and you can submit it, send it in, we are reading that crash dump and fixing it in any upcoming patches. If it's not something obviously that we can't fix, if it's something on your drivers or running out of memory or anything like that, that is more on your client. We'll have to see more weather system effects for sure. Yeah, for sure. We have done some work when it comes to stormy weather settings, when you can see the trees moving violently in the wind, grass and foliage, and that is really awesome. It looks really great. We have some of that going on and we're working on it. I can't say for sure when it's fully done and all implemented, but yeah, we want it. It adds a lot of immersive and cool feeling to the game. Tier 3 house, Stronghold, big ruins you construct, castle, big main building in castle is keep. You can build a stronghold, as in this building, inside the walls. There's space for one. I showed you a picture. I don't know if maybe you guys have missed it if you came in late. I'm gonna show you. No, where the hell do I have it? Here. So as you can see here is some examples. So these are fully constructed walls in castle locations. All the corners and gates and some of the in-betweens and cross sections give you different types of options to upgrade. So as you can see, we have some different types of design on the corner walls and such, with some really cool stuff. So when you visit these different places, you may see a lot of variations. Everyone won't look the same, which is really cool, I think. And you can see that big building there to the right inside the walls. That is a stronghold, tier 2, if I'm not mistaken. So it actually fits a stronghold as well, or many small to medium houses. As you can see next to it, you see a few small houses. And then there's a wall in the middle. On the other side, there's a gate to that area as well. That's where you construct the castle. And that's the biggest building. It's much larger than the stronghold. So in this case, you could actually, for instance, have the main gates open for the public if you want to have that kind of city. Allow people entering using the different buildings and services, and you may earn a tax profit on that if you choose to. And then you could have the inner gate section locked for private use only, you know, the guild owners or whatever you want. But obviously that is all up to you. And you can also build TC structures outside the walls. So there's an area where you have influence, which allows you to continue build more and more things. And in this case, there's no real limits. You can place buildings outside the wall and just keep on expanding, build your own city how you see fit. Clear sky during the storm is not immersed to bonus. I agree. It's not synchronized, and yes, we will fix that eventually. And plans to bring back the original system from Model 1 where you had the actual weather system that reacted naturally. We have that base system already. It's not synchronized, but it is the same core system with the weather zones, warm and cold air meeting, creating clouds, creating storms and rain. We have that system. It's just that we haven't synchronized it, and all effect isn't finalized. But you know, we just need some time to finalize it, and you will see it even more impressive than in the first game. Can we see a build castle or building of one? No, not yet. The castle is not fully finished yet, and it's not in a proper state to show you guys. That is one of the last thing we are working on now to finalize. So that's why I couldn't show you a castle. But it's, you know, much larger and more impressive than a stronghold at least. And, you know, looks more like a castle, hence the name as well. Those structured with walls, buildings inside, and the main building, which is called a keep, would be considered a castle. Yes, the preset largest building in the game that is in the back here, inside the walls, you can't build anything else rather than a castle in that case, just like with the walls, they are presets. You can only choose between the different deeds that can go there. I mean, there could be different types of castle deeds, but you can't build anything else on that spot. Just as on the walls, you can't build anything else on those walls. You can choose different types of wall sections and wall corners and such, but you can't, change it into something else. Inside those walls in the first section, that is empty ground. So that's up for you to build whatever you want. TC buildings, small houses, medium houses, or a stronghold, like in this case. It's possible castles in the far east of Milan could have more Clade-inspired architecture. The collision could be built by the same. So we're starting with a more generic Milan, a little bit Tindremic style, or I would say quite generic, stone brick, wooden house that works for all and fits Milan. The next step for us after we have done, there's additional more steps, but the next is giving you Clade-inspired structures. So I mean, if you are a guild of Ogmirs, then obviously you may want to build your Ogmir-inspired buildings and armors and weapons eventually, if you like. Just as the Alvarins may go their way. Just a matter of time, Like I said, over the year we're gonna add more of these options, and eventually you will be able to pick anything from every clade, just your preferences. The biome environment will just be decided of the biome. I mean, is it dry? Is it moist? Is it snowy? That will be attached on the building. So if this is built in the far north in the snow area, you will see snow on these buildings, which just adds to the immersive, and it feels like they really fit there, right? Moist. Yeah, the word I was looking for, humid, right? Yeah, sometimes some words slip my mouth, not having English as my first language, but you know what I mean. So yeah, there are some layers of that adds to that immersive feeling, and so it fits in that biome and such. And like I said, eventually you would be able to pick between those Clade-inspired styles. So this is more like the starting base style. It fits everyone, it works, it's cool, it's nice, and then there will be more over time. How long does it take for a solo player to build a house? Good question, Triton B. So we, like I mentioned before early in the stream, we want everyone to be able to enjoy even these, long term. A lot of them is a little end game function of the game, but we want you to be able to jump into the first step fairly easy without too much struggle. So as long as you afford a deed, you manage to pick a location, not die on your way there, losing your deed, obviously. And then the next step is to bring the resources and start adding those resources to the core foundation and start constructing. The more you construct, the more hit points, and eventually you finish it. So if you do this as a solo player, then yeah, a small house is, effective. That is like the baseline for, like I said before, we want there to be everything or a lot available for any solo player in the game, even more than in the first game. But it goes from solo playing content up to obviously large group content. We want that whole spectrum. So that means it won't be insane or unpractical for a solo player to take that as a mission. I want to build a house, I want to have it here in the world. If you commit to that and you can afford that and have made the proper plans so you don't fail halfway there or such, then it shouldn't be a too extreme time progress. I can't say exactly what we're looking at right now. We're still looking on nailing the final hit points for the different tiers, and that hit points depends on, we have some kind of size scale and hit points that depends on how much resources you need to bring there. and then what kind of makes sense for that first tier. But yeah, I would say that it's fully doable as a solo player, and it wouldn't be extreme task that's going to take you many days as long as you prepare the steps. So the important thing I would say is be prepared and making sure you don't waste your trip there, losing your resources or deeds. If that happens, then obviously things will be take longer. But that is the goal, to give that first small house as a solo playable content without too extreme curve. I hope that gives you an idea of what we are aiming for here. And again, you're gonna witness and try this on the patch day, and that is also the thing we wanna watch and follow. That it follows the desired design. Solo players doesn't have an extreme struggle. I think it's way out of balance when it comes to that. And at the same time, we're looking at the bigger constructing when we want a team effort to work together. Then it's more effective. We want to see that is the case as well. So that is important data and feedback we're going to go through when you guys get this patch. We're going to follow those steps. And underground housing for dwarves. So there's one tricky thing that we need to solve here, and we have a few options. We have thought about it, but we're not starting with that, because there is this. We need to build a system to handle the terrain. Obviously, if there's a cellar going down under the terrain, we need to have a system to handle that, as you can understand. And we don't have the solution finished for that. We have a few options for that. We have to, pick one of the options, and then we need time to implement that. So we're not starting with that. It's too much time invested. So now you can only build up. We're giving you 3 tiers, and it's quite a lot up, right? You can build tall and large buildings. But yes, eventually I'm pretty sure we're gonna have basement options and going down on the ground as well. But we're not starting with that at this point. Small critique, but the hoardings wooden parts on the Stronghold keep should be fitted outside the walls. They're usually only equipped during sieges and were superseded by Machichalloyans, which is the parts of the wall that sticks out and have holes looking down. Should be fitted outside the walls. You mean this line right here? I mean, they are a little outside the walls, as you can see here. What I mean, even further out, or so I understand what you mean. Will extraction be part of TC? In Modern 1, there was a TC extractor just south of Baghdad for years, making it a way better town. We're gonna go through a few things that there's a few balanced things and a few decisions that wasn't perfect, that we're gonna again take some time to go through before we decide on what road there. So a lot from the TC is going in, but there will be some core changes, like the control towers, for instance. We're not going to go that route. It gave us extreme headaches, both us developers, GMs, and players. So we're not using that. It was at paper an interesting concept, and initially it worked somewhat, but then over time we just cornered those issues piled up, and it wasn't worth it. It's pushed away players and frustration. Now you simply can build there instead. As long as it's in your influenced area, you can build there. So those are some of the changes. And also we also need to be careful when it comes to passive income and automated generation of resources and such. There are some cases where some of it fits and makes sense depending on the rules that you have set up and occupied, and you are in control of some things, and it's still open, free for grabs or being stolen or destroyed. There are some cases where it makes sense, and also if you can hire an NPC just like you would hire a player doing the same services. So we will go through a few of those things before we are 100% sure. Need to fix town griefing. Yeah, we are not done with guard spawning and all those locations in the cities. There are places where, you know, there are lack of protection, like I guess stables is one of those cases, which we plan to address as well. And you know, that is also why you see quite strong guards now, especially when you're close to lictors, and the lictors are usually placed nearby valuable areas like banks and such. That is a work in progress right now as well. You can't see your mouse pointer. No, but I was aiming at the line here. I hope that is... No, I'm freaking sake. I'm not even showing you. Sorry. I was doing like this. If that what that guy meant, that had a question about that. But yeah, sorry. I didn't catch. I wasn't showing you that. The wood parts should be put outside the wall, as it is now in the game. They are there instead of the stone wall. So this is the wood outside of the wall. Is that what you mean? Or am I missing what you mean? As you can see, this is, you know, it connects here. But there's this little way out here from the walls, as you can see. The main wood part are facing inwards instead of outwards. It's way to hit people trying to siege the castle. And the wood parts of the castle towers needs to be facing outwards. Okay. I think it's good to face inwards in the event enemies get inside the castle. So that okay. So you mean, wait. You mean that walls here instead? We investigated quite a lot here, and you know, yeah, if enemies run in here, they can shoot you and you can shoot them, I guess. But it's also very convenient when you run around here on a hurry, enemies coming in or whatever. It's very convenient to do this, right? And when we looked on reference in real case here, case castles and towers and defenses, most of them we can found had it this way. They didn't have defense on the inside; they had on the outside. We actually went through this quite a lot, and we thought, yeah, it makes a little bit more sense like this, and it's more convenient for the players as well. And you know, usually you want to have that access very quickly inside here, because we tried having walls here, and that just blocked me. I couldn't see here, and I couldn't jump down there, so it was just awkward and annoying. So I had to run here, and then I could run down. We didn't like it, and it gave an obstacle. And like I said, when we looked at movies and castles, they did it like us in 8 out of 10 times. So that is why we have it like this right now. We're talking about the wood hoarding on those, not the stronghold. Ah, you mean on the picture? Wait. Yeah, we have a little delay here. Let me see what picture we're talking about here. No, I mean this stronghold. Okay, so people are talking about different things. No, I mean this stronghold. Imagine removing the wood part. That would you have? So remove all these wooden parts totally, and have what? Just brick walls. The wood thing look and function good. Well done, Henrik and team. Yeah, I mean, we did experiment quite a lot of this and running around trying to play and, you know, imagine what is pros and cons here. And like I said, we want to offer as much pros as possible, obviously for the defenders in this case. Towers in front. Ah, okay, so you mean those gate towers, right? Is that what you mean? Yeah, so you mean let me zoom it in so I can see what I'm looking at. Yes. So you mean those wooden things up on those gates towers? They are facing inwards on the city yard. That is true. And yes, we have a few variations there. I can see where, you know, if you are occupying the walls and shutting those off, and enemies is storming to the inner yard. You have seen some movies, you know, like Lord of the Rings, right? When they storm in, but they're still, you have the defenders up on the walls shooting down there while they run in. So there, that is a good component in some cases. While obviously we need them outside as well. If you should be able to watch down and cover your entrances in an efficient way. So there will be different options. And like I said, these are not final. They will change quite a bit and be more refined as well. So I hope that makes sense and gives you an answer that this is not finals and there will be various options for it. There's two different conversations. Yeah, I noticed. One talked about the Stronghold and one talked about these wooden things on the gate towers here. I get it now. I was confused when due to the two different conversations. But yeah, I see what you mean. On this picture, wooden part are looking inside your tower castle, but you should all have another set looking outside as well. Yeah, exactly. We got it covered. And yes, we need to have obviously always an effective looking out. That is number one, right? And then defending looking in is, you know, the second part, right? Giving you types of options there, I would say, is, you know, the next bonus step. They've just blocked the gate with double horses, armored horses. Those armors will be gone on release. We had to invest a few hours to remove them from current beta. That's why we haven't done it. We know about it. They will be gone on our wipe. So yeah, should be fine. Moisten thyself. Yeah, I'm sorry I ran out of water here, so I'm out of it. But yeah, I hope that it was interesting to see a little bit on what we got going in this build. You're getting closer and closer to design, being finished in design, and now we're refining them. But I'm sure you're gonna have good feedback as well on some of the things that can be improved to, again, give as good control and effectiveness as possible for defending your assets. That is very important, and we lacked that quite a bit in the first game. So we're trying to step up the game here this time, because we know how valuable it is for you as a player when you commit to build all these assets. Want to make sure you have control and defense and good options. And that is the cool thing as well. You know, in first game you had no options on the keeps and that. And there wasn't that many options on walls either. This time we refined those buildings and the tiers and options so you can have really good control. I like this, how you can kind of see, you know, down there and see, really cover the entrance to see someone is going in or not. You can even shoot down here. But yeah, we're looking forward to get your feedback when you have played around with it as well, because yeah, there's many scenarios, as you know. And you need another way to remove bug items from the data. We are working on those systems as well. We are fully aware. We're working on tools and functions so staff, GMs, etc. can help if something goes wrong, and we have tools to pull out things and even change stats and things on a patch without having to mess with it. Almighties, welcome and thank you for the gifts. You're late in today's stream. You've been missing some housing and construction in our stream today.
Oh my god, another one.
Oh my god. So ready for the release phase, Henrik? We are getting ready for the release phase, yes. So, you know, obviously we're getting closer and closer to...
Oh my god, another one.
You know, the 25th of January. Time is flying, but so far so good. We got a little setback on the furniture play system, as I mentioned before, which is, you know, a little unfortunate, obviously. But we're doing everything we can to get back on track on that area. But like I said, we don't want to push the housing patches because we know it's super important. We want to have this base system in place. We want your feedback and running around with it, you know, trying to break it or whatever, to get that kind of testing and feedback in a larger scale, so we can make sure that is set for release. I like it so far.
Oh my god,
Can't wait for it. We need more bugs squashed before January 25th. Yeah, for sure. I mean, as you can see in every patch, there's no doubt that we focus a lot on polish as well, at the same time as we deliver these, you know, last big features and components. And the whole ending period before release is all about focusing and polishing, you know, the entire team. So we will squash those, you know, bad bugs for sure. Can wood structure catch fire? So we will have fire along with sieging. You know, you can use fire arrows and such. And yeah, wooden things takes a little bit more damage from fire. So for instance, a wooden catapult will take a little bit more damage from fire arrows, for instance. There are little wooden things, obviously, as you can see here on these structures, but they're also combined with the core foundation as wood. We are looking to see if we want to take it additional steps, if it's possible to, like, parts of this can be destroyed. And if it's destroyed, it just falls down and you simply have to take a step back, obviously, and then you can rebuild it again. Those are bonus things, so I don't want to make it sound like that is something going to happen on release, but that is something that we may see in one of our upcoming patches. Just again, refine things that make sense and give interesting tactical components that makes it exciting. So we may have, you know, individual component that can be affected by damage down the road. I mean, it's last stream, but now that Sardica is gone, heal over time, potions are bad again. will better heal over time. Ingredients get added in the meantime. We are going through the world distribution with resources and such, like I said. I mean, there are resources that are based on location in the world on other continents as well. So you won't see everything the same on all continents. There are some differences and some new things along, you know, both creatures and pickables, resources types, along with the upcoming continent. And they will have different use and options for sure. So there may also even be trades between continents eventually over time. Milan is rich on this, Sarka is rich on that, Herabaltar is rich on that, and poor in that. And then again, to promote player trades, interaction, supply and demand, that is all part of the game world also. Just like on Earth, you know, some locations you can find gold, while in some others you can't, right? Oil is one of those things. So you will see a degree of that. And now the game again, you know, are kind of set back a little bit. Time had passed since, you know, the incident on Midland. And that means, you know, we will eventually over time again reach out into those new and different continents that will bring new stuff for the players to explore and trade with. So we will see if there's something specific or trades we want to add that, you know, because again, I don't know how much we want to add other continents content here, where they're not in their natural habitat, and just putting it on a NPC is obviously not optimal. So we will see if there's something specific that we really need or not. And it's team testing to make sure that archers can shoot over those walls and holes. Yeah, that is one of the things that, you know, goes through the process now. Obviously there can't be collision here because then you can't shoot down here. So that is something we're going through right now. Like I said, the stairs collision is wonky, and we need to make sure that you can shoot down here. But yeah, if there's something we're missing, obviously, we hope that you guys catch it during the test now, the beta, when you get your hands on this system as well, so you can help us finding if there's any issues on some of our structures. An update on the keep, that the quests for getting a keep. What? Keep we don't have anymore. This is a stronghold, and then we have castles. But I'm not sure what you mean with a quest to get a stronghold. If that's what you mean, I'm not sure I follow. I mean, there will be tasks. That is, you know, the closest thing you can get to quests. But there will not be the typical quests, as you know. And those tasks will offer you different types of things to carry out and do to gain different types of rewards. From standings to money to Clade experience. Those are the three main rewards. About the shooting, I'm saying because of the change in one of the patches that does not let you shoot when you're near a wall. Yeah, exactly. We need to test all that, right, to make sure it's convenient and works. Because as you know, we made a fix to that so you can't shoot through walls and abuse silly things like that. But then, yeah, obviously we need to make sure that those checks and traces works in these situations. You can, you know, naturally shoot down here, shoot here, and make use of it. It could be that we need to widen this, make some tweaks on those checks. If this is short enough and this is, you know, tall enough, because if you're playing a smallest race or the biggest race, we don't want you to have this brick like this in your face here, horizontal. And we obviously, if you're a very short race, we want you to be able to use this wall section as well. So those are the things that we need to go through, and also with your help make sure that we can find if there's any main issues. And also I want to make sure that these are useful, that you can even shoot down here if there's someone there. So yeah, there's those things we need to go through. You said for casters we need rep in the area, and we won't be able to purchase a blueprint like one. So you will be able to buy most blueprints from cities, architects, engineer, NPCs. We're deploying them all now in every city for this patch, so you can buy all these base blueprints. But yeah, there is a degree where standings have an effect to what you can access and talk to and obtain, and some of those are everything from different things to specific upgrades or styles or options as well. But we start with this base pack that pretty much everyone can access. You just need the money requirements and obviously have proper standing to visit that city. PvP quest example, bring back a red player's head to a town or something. No, that is the bounty system you're talking about there. So the task system is still like transportation is a common thing, an optional thing. There will be also assassination tasks where you can interact with some of the nation conflicts and you know, make certain action there. There is a free a prison task. There will be a few different options there, and it will also expand over time. So there'll be something for everyone, like exploration, transportation, assassination, freeing someone, to most likely crafting things or delivering things in that area. So there's something for all professions or styles to choose from, and more over time, like I said. So it could be fun and exciting if you don't know what to do, or you know, want to make money or gain standings or XP in another way. You can do tasks for the different nations, and you know, also that works as a key to obtain some of those upcoming nation requirements, to get access to those as well. You kind of work for that nations, and therefore you're becoming famous over time, and then they will access you privileged areas or actions or, you know, services. I try out for short and tall characters. Good call, Tech. Good call. Did you know max size Thursday cannot fit through the door in a priest building in Nevada? I think I heard about it, so yeah, we need to fix that. I'm not sure if it's fixed already, but yeah, it's a good one we need to fix for sure. What are the options for furniture that we can expect? Will furniture be functional or only decorative? So it's a mix. We have the placement system in place, but Sebastian, we're struggling with the server grid system that make that work and be efficient performance wise. As you can understand, it's super important that we have a fully operational system in terms of how to handle all these props, because we want to allow you to do a lot, decorate a lot. But as you can understand, when building a city and building a lot in this world, we don't want to make it that if you're out wandering in the wild, you're getting crunches every few meters because you're loading hundreds of items inside houses. That would be terrible, right? And that is the part we need more time on. So that means that sorry, when we enable the furniture system, that means you can place everything from useful items to decorative items. So for instance, chests are useful because obviously you can store items in them, and you can set rankings and key access, so only you or your guild friends or whatever can use these chests to place and take things from, or you have them free open for all. So that is obviously a very useful, important furniture that you can place. Then we have common things like sharing tables that you will be able to sit down at, and then when you sit at those tables you will be able to RP, playing games and such. So it's kind of, you know, gives a little bit of everything. There will be paintings and trophies, obviously mostly decorative but cool stuff to make it look nice and cozy. Different types of light sources so you can see well and make, again, add to that nice cozy room feeling. And yeah, what more examples? A lot of decoration stuff for sure. You know, statues, trophies, guild banners, flags, and a lot of different variations based on these things. Luxury throne shares for the leaders, and more non-exclusive shares if you want to have that hierarchy in your guild halls. Being able to build the round night table in one large room where you can all sit and participate together. Rugs, carpets, yes, for sure. All those decorative items to make your home feel nice and cozy. And yeah, rares and collectibles, rare paintings, really cool stuff. So there will be rare stuff to obtain in the world, and if you found it, you put it in the wall. You know, that's respect if you're one of those lucky ones that have it, and it can be a valuable trade item as well. And you can have a throne room, you know, try to put all those mighty bosses' heads on a wall to show that you have got them all. We're still gonna have grass going through Floor's house. We are working to see how we can minimize or handle that situation. So we're working on, we have a deep core foundation that elevates the house, and we have a measurement to see how much of the mesh is, you know, interfering with the floors, which means we can increase that even more to minimize or eliminate that at fully. But you know, there could be cases, again, that the world is huge, right? There's so much foliage going on, so I'm sure there could be cases where some of those things can happen, and that's simply just something we have to work in progress to refine. Pairing an elephant for 0 damage, is that intended? It all depends on its attack. There are light attacks, heavy attacks, and different types of attacks. Some of them you can parry, some of them you can only block in terms of damage. You know, you leak through the heavy ones. So again, I'm not sure exactly what attack we're talking about here, or if it's a bug indeed, or wrong state on that attack. How's the tier 3 AI work coming along? We haven't really gone far in that area yet. We're still, as you know, working a lot on the core main AI and tier 2 AI. We want to make sure that crowds, as you have seen already in our previous patch, you know, an important step forward where a crowd of AI, they don't just stand in each other's and then they all can hit you, you know, and you don't see who is hitting you. We've been working on that because it's super important for balance and, you know, making sure it's a good, enjoyable PvE experience. So we've been working a lot on that, and also pathing, how they run around in the world so they don't clip through the ground, etc. Refining a lot to make sure PvE is solid, it's fun, it's reliable. So not until we're full down with that. And obviously at the same time we're working on tier 2 bosses right now heavily. So you see multiple bosses coming into the game every now and then with unique behaviors again. And when the whole core, we feel that now we are, you know, we're fully satisfied, we're done here. We're going to keep on expanding on specific creature and boss behaviors, but that also allows us to finally take the next step towards the tier 3 AI. And as long as we reach that, you're going to see the first tier 3 mob entering the game, which obviously going to be very exciting. 90 FPS lock when? Good question. I'm gonna see if we have it on the list, and if it's a quick, easy one, then we'll try to make it in one of our upcoming patches. Yeah, I mean, we need to look in some of those attacks. It could be that some attacks are off. Obviously, logically, many of those big attacks from an elephant should bleed through many of the blocks, especially weak, low strength characters. But yeah, just like Kickstorian said, there's different states of attacks. There are always multiple small attacks that are parable. You can parry them, and then depending on their size, obviously, they have a lot of those strong attacks that bleeds through. You can't perfect parry and reduce it to 0 damage. So it all depends on the attack and from which creature. But yeah, there are some tweaks that can be required on some of the creature for sure. Yeah, this is also a work in progress. You know, when you do these type of reports where it doesn't make sense that these small creature pass through everything, then yeah, we have missed that one. And vice versa, if there's a huge creature that you can perfect parry everything, then yeah, we have missed that as well. And also if there's some attacks animation that are complete off, you can't see them or react to them, it doesn't work, then that is also polish, you know. So all those feedbacks are we appreciate it, and we're also going through a lot of those on our tests, internal test sessions right now, to again try to refine PvE to make that enjoyable and reliable. I can expect in-town housing. Will the Shiva cave have housing options? Yeah, we're not gonna open those caves just yet. We're not ready for that. There's quite a few things we're gonna open up over time, and you know, eventually you will be able to buy and construct Shiva Alvarin-inspired structures. So it's just a matter of time when we start venturing into those specific Clade-inspired, both current bases and buildings in the world, but also that where you can choose from them when you construct your own cities. Twitch chat isn't the best place to report balance or bugs. It's true. I mean, when we report bugs in game, obviously it's a very effective way for us to gather those, and we have the forums as well that we try to go over every now and then. Those are good places to use. It's hard for me to stay, be complete up to date, and when it comes to all these different things. But we have a main focus period of time now before release when we're going to go through a lot of these just pure polish and balancing or bug fixing. Sneak peek of structures. I don't know if you missed my stream, but I've shown quite a few things, from wall constructions to Stronghold constructions and tier upgrades, and small and medium houses and upgrades on those as well. Now this is dangerous, guys. This is dangerous. Very dangerous. Do I die if I fall down here, guys? Or do I survive? I have very little life. So, woo. But yeah, you will be able to watch this in when it's put to YouTube, and you can always go back to those clips when I show a little bit of those things. Yeah, rewatch it. You survive if you heal. You think I will survive it with 150 hit points if I fall down here? Glide down with style. Yeah, so that is some of the upcoming construction, guys, and I hope you're looking forward to it and gonna go at it when we patch it, so we can, you know, polish and iron out any of those things that you may find that helps us make it as good as possible. So do you think your launch will be as stressful as New World launch? There's no doubt that it will be stressful. We already know that there's a huge group of players that are ready to jump in on release day. And there are always these unnatural strains that is almost impossible to handle completely perfect, because it's always unnatural, because in the long run, the same thing that happens on release days doesn't happen on the servers, right? You know, everyone hitting that login button on the first second things servers have started is one unnatural stress, obviously. And then when you go to this step, you log in, you create your character, there's going to be an unnatural strain on that step. And then when you enter Haven, there's a natural strain on that. You know, all those first minutes, hours, steps going to be insane. And that is not the typical, you know, daily basis when the game have been running for several weeks, when everyone is all in different states, right? And that is, you know, obviously where we need to manage to reach to until we feel that, okay, now finally things are, you know, running not as stressful again. But I think that we have done everything we can in terms of optimizing, improving the systems, expanding the systems, and we're simply going to be, you know, fully focusing and on following the process when we take those steps. But it is always a very hard challenge, just like you see those giants with infinite amount of resources also struggle extremely with New World, World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy. I mean, all those games, you know, huge companies with pretty much infinite amount of resources also do these steps and struggle a lot with having it perfect. So there's no doubt that we will have some struggle. We're pretty sure of that. You know, we saw those steps as well in the stress test, but we also saw, you know, the developers' quick response and improvement, and, you know, fixing those things, improving those things. And we also saw the second stress test being highly much more secured. We saw that those systems were indeed optimized and working much better. We have the queue system in place to, you know, make sure that those that gets in should have a good experience. And like I said, we need to be prepared to that if, you know, crazy amount of people are keep buying the game, we are prepared. We talk to Steam to see that we may have to pause sales if we see that, okay, it's getting out of hand, the queues are just getting ridiculous, like kind of like New World, and we don't want to give that bad taste for players that, okay, great, I bought the game, I was excited, I plan to take a break from work to do this, you know, on release days, and we want to do our best to prioritize those that buy the game and can get access to the game. And you know, there may be a queue to buy the game if that is the case, if we see that. For us to maintain a reasonable amount of waiting queue and stability, because there's so many that wants in on day one, that may be one of the steps we need to take. Of course, it will be a positive issue to get, you know, more players than we can handle at once until we have sloshed them through to get into the various parts of the game world. But of course, we also understand that there could be some frustration that I wanted to buy it and play today, and sadly we sold out the copies on day one in the first batch, that you're forced to wait until you can buy and start playing. We understand it's not, can be frustrated, but I also think that it's better for the games and its future, and I think everyone in the long run that we kind of prioritize it in that order, because like you all know, we don't want to do a 180 and step away from what's unique with Mortal Online, making instances, taking that way, that road, that obviously would simplify things for us greatly. But then again, we are, making another World of Warcraft clone setup, instances, multiple servers. You're not in the same world anymore. I don't think you will like that, guys. I mean, that is not the game we have set out to do and is selling to the market. So, and that is why we need to, do our own way. And in some cases, it's not maybe the traditional way as many others. But it's also one of a kind game, as you know. It's not like any of those games. Yeah, the Haven, which is the tutorial, so it's not really the main game. Obviously, you're not in Mirland. That is the only place where you can play on multiple, because if you imagine, Haven is not large because we want you to learn the basics and get into the game, and you can spend several days there, get comfortable with the game and get your character going a little bit before you may want to join Mirland. It's a very good place for new players to stick around a little bit, and obviously that small island wouldn't be able to hold a few thousand players because you would not be able to move, and your client may be running around with 5 FPS. So that is the only place where we will have multiple havens to spread out players and make sure you have a good experience on that island, and you can stay pretty much as long as you want and figure things out in your own pace before you venture into Nave. Is your plan to spin up more Havens instances during launch and limit people going to Milan into another queue? So there's a few things we're working on here to, again, improve one step a little bit. Yes, we're looking to expand more Havens to handle more players there. And we're also looking to do a magical step here. Now, I don't want to promise anything here, right? Because this is a big maybe and big if. And that is that we want to try to change our queue system to work that you can still continue play on Haven while you're in queue. And as soon as your queue is finished, you move to Mirland. That would be an amazing improvement, I think. And there is maybe a possibility to manage to take that step. But we're not sure yet. We're looking into it to see if it's possible. I think that could be a very good improvement, because that means you don't have to sit in the queue line and look at that waiting window, which we all, which a lot of people have been doing in New World also lately. It's not fun, right? Then at least learning the game, playing the game, and progressing a little bit on Haven while sitting in that queue would be amazing. I have high hopes for Sebastian in managing to do this magical step, but it's a big maybe. So but if not for release day, maybe sometime or shortly after, because I still think it's a very good step for us to have. We will see. How will item transfer from Haven work? Is there a limit? Yes, it is important we have a quite hard limit here, because for many reasons, as you can imagine. First of all, we don't want people to stay on the tutorial island to grind for a long time to be rich when you enter Milan, because you know that's not the purpose of Haven. Haven's main purpose is to, you know, take your own pace, learn the game, get into the game, and you know, get started. And when you know that, that's when you should be hungry to start playing on Milan. So the only logical thing we can do then is, of course, to limit how much gold you can bring and how many items you can bring, because you know, a smart thing would be for everyone to just, in a magical protected world, grind infinity amounts how much you can stand, and then bring that safely to Milan. And not only that, you can understand what this opens up to. It opens up to maybe you know, a possible amount of farmers, you know, bots, anything like that could start hitting us, because again, you can't PvP there, you can't kill each other and loot each other's, and then all of a sudden you can set up this nice farming system in any country in the world, and it will ruin the economy, as you can see. So it's very important that we limit what you can bring from Haven to Milan quite severely, so it's not worth it for either any veteran to use it or any farmer, as you can understand, right? So that limit is planned to be added before release, so you can't grind your way into being rich. Even, you know, you're not even starting the game, but you became rich when you enter Milan. That wouldn't be good. I think we all can agree to that, right? But yeah, right now there's no limit, so that have to change. Yeah, New World has an insane amount of bots. It's like World of Warcraft, it's insane. Yeah. And there's no doubt, because we know it would happen if we have no limits. It's a no-brainer, right? So it will just wreck the economy and balance. Because that is money that comes out of Milan, out of the world, and it gets implemented into the world without you having playing the game. So obviously that is very dangerous. So a quite harsh limitation on gold and amount of items you can bring. Just you know, have a little backup. If you die, lose everything, you can go to your bank and you have something at least. That is the goal. Any new creatures to tease today? No, sorry, I don't have any creatures today planned to show you. I have only been focusing on doing some real case building on this internal build I have. Show you a little bit of you know, in-game content, playing around and building Stronghold, small, medium houses, and a little wall constructions, and some tier upgrades. So that was the only thing I managed to do today. What do you think about these windows? Are we happy with this? The amount, the height and width. Obviously we tried to make it so small characters and tall can look out. Do we think, are we happy with the width? Are we looking good? Can you put glass in it? We don't have that option now. And I mean, I don't know if it's more interesting to have open holes so you can actually engage in shootouts. And obviously if you stand here, you have to be careful not being shot in your neck. I mean, if you step in a little bit like this and you're on a higher floor, I doubt anyone will hit you, right? We made them quite narrow, so it's not easy to shoot in, but you can at least stand here and try to utilize them a little bit out. Looks like you can fit through. I don't think so. Maybe the smallest... Oh! Scared of bejesus. Maybe maybe the smallest Shiva. I haven't tested actually. Good question. Those are the things we need to test and see. Is it fine? Do we want it like this? Someone peeking in these chests. Looks like it. Oh, I'm not Ono. Magic. So what do you think about the Stronghold, guys? Are we happy with it? Do we give it the seal of approval, or what do you say? You underestimate my arsa skills, Henrik. maybe it's dangerous. But as you can see here, you don't see much, right? First of all, you get blinded. The shadows make it a little bit difficult to see in here. Obviously, you're standing next by the window. I guess you can hit you. But I think you have more benefit from being inside, abusing that, rather than me and outside, right? I mean, here, this one, of course, I got a little sneak, but I still think this is also not very practical for me as an attacker to abuse. You see, I mean, obviously here I can see if you're standing there by the chest. Obviously we want to move the chest, and obviously you want to place your own chest wherever you want, right? So you can be in control of that security. It's very nice. It will make a good potion shop. Potion shop, yeah, a mighty one. Looks good. Do you need advanced engineering for house or just for keeps? You don't need engineering at all to construct these base structure that we're giving you. Everyone can place them and construct them, but being an engineering, you're more effective, and you'll be able to access specific upgrades and components as an engineering, especially down the road. So that's still going to be a very useful profession to go into, engineering. But we want everyone to be able to participate and take part of this big feature of this game. Construct your own house, your own home, from small to big, without being forced to, go into a profession to construct a basic house. I'm 90% happy with this stronghold. Only 90%. So what are we missing, guys? What are we missing? We are downgrading the castle. What are we missing? How can we make it 100%? Maybe some shutters so you can open and close from the inside. That would do it. When housing keeps release, will engineering release with feature behind building houses or buildings? Example, a chariot caravan. Not initially, no. We will tie a lot of those different options and craftable different furniture stuff along with engineering skills down the road. We want everyone to be able to start and participate in housing construction from day one, pretty much. Is that a GM? Yes, that is a GM playing around and testing things, and now constructing it again, I see. But yeah, there's going to be an insane amount of furniture and tools, decorations, and all kind of stuff down the road. So we're starting with a solid base of housing, I would say, and then we just expand on from there. So, and when we have one base system like now, building things and upgrading things, it's just all about arts building those options, and we reuse the same system and function. So we just need to test this, verify it works and are stable, and then you would just see a bunch of content and options coming in every upcoming patch as well. Will mobs teleporting through walls get fixed release? Yes, we need specific cases, because normally mobs doesn't do that. There is often a solid reason of why, either a wrong nav mesh, wrong collision, or mob spawning in the wrong locations, or it could be any of those things. So that means in one location it works perfectly fine, in one location it's broken due to these components. So we need to identify where and how, so we can fix it. So yeah, all your reports on those things are very valuable for us now. I would be 100% if we had many designs for keeps, something like Isengard, for example. Bad magic, yeah, but like I said, don't forget that that's gonna happen. Like I said, we're starting with it takes quite a time to get the component, because you see there's a lot of rules tied to this. Quite complicated work between the coders and our team. Many factors. So the coders ask for this function needs to fit this grid system and these rules and these parts, and needs to be split up in this and that. And then the art builds it, and obviously at the same time we need to make it visually appealing, good looking, and viable and effective, right? So many components. So it go back and forth many times, and then we put it together, and there's 100 things to fix and tweak, and we go through that bunch of time, and then we have finally a system in place, the first base of houses, and it looks like this. And you know, there's still tweaks and refinements being done. It's not fully finished yet. I want to make that clear. But when that's done, that means great. Now our team have the presets, the rules for it. Now they can start going crazy and doing all these different designs. And that means all of a sudden you get a patch with 5 new keep designs, or 5 new house designs, or 5 new upgrades options. So yeah, you know, the first step took the longest, and that is to build this system to work within the code system. And that is being finalized now, which means finally now we can, you know, we just need to refine this, make sure it works perfectly, and then we can multiply the amount of options and styles over time. So you will have it. Well, there are different colors. So we're working on some different types of looks on the exteriors and interiors and roof types where it makes sense and fits. So you will have some options to again make it look a little different from your neighbor Stronghold. There will be some options, and I guess more over time as well. Will cannons come to the game? No, we decided that muskets, gunpowder, and cannons doesn't really fit our game design decisions and time of era. I'm also personally not a big fan of the musketeer clothing time from Earth. You know, that style, for instance, that New World have. I never was a fan of that. Look at that, those Assassin's Creed games. That time era when they picked the muskets and those hats was also, I think the least popular. One of the most popular was, I think, was the Viking time, and I prefer that time as well. I mean, this is not just the Viking time. We have Vikings, the colors are inspired from there, but that time era when more raw, you know, how do I explain it? Yeah, more fantasy, 300, Game of Thrones, Lord of the Rings style, I would say, is what we decided to go for. So you won't see those rifles and cannons, and it also affects the gameplay and mechanics in a way which we're not super fond of. So if you like muskets and cannons, I guess you're gonna miss out on those. But there will be options that I think fits better, like scorpion ballistas, you know, catapults, like bardish, different types of siege weapons with fire and tar, traps, brutal things to, you know, destroy your enemies. That kind of fits this universe. So no cannons and ships, but like I said, you will have weapons to put on your ships, like scorpion ballistas, for instance. That would be a deadly big weapon on your big ship. So there will be some various options there as well. And like I said, we're getting crossbows as well. Obviously crossbow and bows ranged, and some magic will be quite useful on ships. And hooks, you know, you can shoot hooks, fire arrows. So there will be plenty of options, especially over time, to use on ships. And I think that's cooler and fit this universe much better than just seeing cannonballs, you know. So I hope you guys think at least that those options would be, you know, interesting enough for most of you guys. I think it would be fun with no cannons, more reasons to board the enemy's ship and fight in melee. Yeah, but like I said, there will be, you know, option that is kind of like a cannon, but rather than those cannonballs we were talking about, hooks, spears, burning spears, stuff like that can still cause major damage to you and your ship in various ways. You know, start a fire on your sails, slow you down. You have to repair that, put down the fire. So you will see some cool pirating or naval war for sure, but in a style that I think is really cool rather than just shooting cannonballs. So I think it's gonna be exciting when we reach that. And yeah, you know, real projectile magic schools obviously will have some kind of impact on these different parts as well. So it's gonna be cool. Necropirate crew. So yeah, if there's nothing else, I guess I've shown what I could for this stream. Gave you a little pre-taste of what to come in, you know, next patch. We're getting very close, so not much time left until you guys can go at it and construct in the world. So I'm very much looking forward to that, and I hope you will participate as much as possible, so you can really iron out and polish the housing as good as possible. So yeah, I think I've showed you guys what I set out to do today, and it's getting late here. Oh, holy cow, I'm hitting the 4-hour mark as usual. Time flies. We'll definitely be there. Yeah, we're very happy to have you here, guys. We can get your help in you know, delivering a amazing core foundation for housing, because you know this is just the beginning, and there's going to be a ton of housing over time, and these structures are going to be there for many years in the game. So yeah, it's a very good core foundation, and it's highly refined from the first game again. So exciting times for sure. So I'm gonna see if maybe I'm gonna call it a night for today's stream. Do we have anyone streaming that wanna? Yeah, we have a few streamers. So if you wanna continue watching some Mortal action, I see we have Lyrics and Ominis. Was time ago since I saw Ominis streaming, so maybe we can do a little stream raid, I mean. So guys, thank you as usual. Thank you for your question and participation in our today's housing stream, and I hope to see you in our next patch, because that's when we're gonna build these babies in the world. I'm very much looking forward to that. So yeah, thank you guys, and have a very good night. I'm gonna see if we can do a little raid. All right, guys. Thank you for tonight, and have a very good night. And I catch you on the next stream. And yeah, have a good one. Good night.